bright our lives. In all of us, in our hearts, there's love and light that we must realize. We need to feel, we need to use this warmth that could make bright our lives. In all of us, in our hearts, there's love and light that we must realize. We need to feel, we need to use this warmth that could make bright our lives. All of us, in our hearts, there's love and light that we must realize. We need to feel, we need to use this warmth that could make bright our lives. In all of us, in our hearts, there's love and light that we must realize. We need to feel, we need to use this warmth that could make bright our lives. In all of us, in our hearts, there's love and light that we must realize. We need to feel, we need to use this warmth that could make bright our lives. In all of us, in our hearts, there's love and light that we must realize. We need to feel, we need to use this warmth that could make bright our lives. bright our lives. In all of us, in our hearts, there's love and light that we must realize. We need to feel, we need to use this warmth that could make bright our lives. In all of us, in our hearts, there's love and light that we must realize. We need to feel, we need to use this warmth that could make bright our lives. In all of us, in our hearts, there's love and light that we must realize. We need to feel, we need to use this warmth that could make bright our lives.
broadcasting on YouTube. Thank you.
Good morning for somebody, good day, good afternoon. It's my great honor on behalf of the Asia Pacific Federation of Clubs and Associations for UNESCO to welcome all of you at the opening ceremony of the Course Online Asia Europe Forum on Education, Sustainable Development in our Society. Today's event initiated by Kazakhstan and Romanian Federation of Clubs and UNESCO was announced with the purpose to create a platform to overview and attendance between all spheres of development and share best practices on integrated and inclusive role of education in promoting sustainable development. Education has monumental, innovative methods that advise the promotion of sustainable development in every community and country. Clubs for UNESCO plays a major key role in it. So Asia Pacific Federation of Clubs and Associations for UNESCO is constantly working to expand the clubs movement in the region in order to serve UNESCO objectives at the grassroots level, as well as to ensure intercooperation and proactive participations of all members of the region, enhancing their knowledge, encouraging experience sharing, and solving important global issues. This year, we celebrate multiple jubilees. First of all, it's 75th anniversary of UNESCO, 40th anniversary of the World Federation of UNESCO Clubs, Centers and Associations, 20 years of activities of the European Federation, and in our country, in Kazakhstan, we are celebrating 30th anniversary of independence of our country. Due to the COVID pandemic, the forum is organized online. That's unfortunately, but I hope that someday we will see each other face to face, hopefully. Being organized online by the Asia Pacific and European Federation of Clubs and Associations for UNESCO in cooperation with the World Federation of UNESCO Clubs, Centers and Associations. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the general partner of the forum, Tengiz Chevrolet Company, that pays a great deal of attention to sustainable development issues, continuously supports socially important initiatives, and has a status of an honorable partner of the Kazakhstan National Federation. Clubs movement has a historical tie with UNESCO, promoting UNESCO ideals and principles among the civil society. We have a privilege to be in an official partnership with them. To open the fourth online Kazakhstan Asia-Europe Forum on Education, Sustainable Development in our Society, I am pleased to present a special video message from UNESCO Assistant Director General for Priority Africa and External Relations, Mr. Fermin Eduard Matoko. And, can you switch to this video, please?
Dear President of the European and Asia Pacific Federations of UNESCO Clubs and Associations, dear President of the World Federation for UNESCO Clubs, Centers and Associations, members of the associations and clubs for UNESCO movement, dear friends, on behalf of UNESCO, I'm pleased to welcome you to the fourth online Europe-Asia Forum on Education, Sustainable Development in our Society. The forum marks three big anniversaries, that of UNESCO, of the World Federation, and of the European Federation of UNESCO Clubs and Associations, making it particularly memorable and significant. Last week, I had an honor to represent UNESCO at the opening ceremony for the celebration of 40th anniversary of the World Federation, and today at this special event to reflect on how we can join efforts to further advance UNESCO's mission and SDGs. First and foremost, I would like to thank the World Federation, the European Federation, and the Asia Pacific Federation of UNESCO Clubs and Associations for initiating this important event that was made possible thanks to close cooperation between the three federations and strong support from National Commission. I'm grateful to all of you for your long-standing engagement and commitment to our organizations. Associations and clubs for UNESCO play a key role in the organization's ability to reach out to civil society and make its mandates and the 2030 agenda for sustainable development understandable at the grassroots level. UNESCO contributes to the implementation of SDGs through all its project initiative, and we recognize the crucial role of the association and club for UNESCO in that endeavor. This forum will discuss the interdependence between natural, cultural, social, and economic development and explore the critical role of education in promoting sustainable, peaceful, and cohesive societies. This is particularly relevant in the context of the current pandemic, which has once again raised the question of the importance, possibilities, and limitation of international solidarity. Associations and clubs for UNESCO have greatly helped to increase UNESCO's visibility over the last 75 years. And I thank you most sincerely for your passion, your dedication, your energy in our common mission. I thank you for your attention and wish you fruitful discussion. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me continue. And as I said before, this forum was initiated by Romanian and Kazakhstan national federations. And you know that this year we will celebrate another small anniversary. It's 10 years of cooperation between our federations. These long-standing relationships couldn't have been possible without the support from both federations. And I'm happy to have here with us the Secretary General of the Romanian National Commission for UNESCO, Ms. Madame Madeleine Serban. And Madame Serban, please, floor is yours.
Good morning and good afternoon to every participant in this exceptional event, which is the fourth forum of Asia Pacific European clubs and associations meeting. It is a privilege, it is an honor, and I can't start without congratulating everyone that is in an anniversary year. I'm referring to our wonderful organization UNESCO for the 75th. I have not to forget the 40th anniversary you just mentioned of the World Association of Centers of Associations and the clubs. I have not to forget the 20th anniversary of our, this case, I have to underline the continent of the European Federation of Clubs and Associations for UNESCO, that I'm immediately associating the Romanian Association for Clubs and Associations. And in our case, without any, I have to say, further delay, I will thank directly Daniela Popescu for her wonderful dedication and effort for everything that has been done. I would like also to congratulate the wonderful people of Kazakhstan for your 30th anniversary of independence. In my previous life, I had the chance to work very closely with your country, and I know what I'm saying. So here I am to add also the 65th anniversary of Romania since its, I would say, integration in the family of UNESCO. And happy as we are, we can't have future without having sustainable development of our societies. With the support of Daniela Popescu, I had the chance to advocate for our event, by now I'm considering as being part, on the occasion of an international conference that the National Commission of Romania for UNESCO organized on 24th and 25th of September, because we strongly consider that without civil society, nothing can be achieved. And therefore, we highly appreciate the contribution of the clubs and associations of UNESCO. And like in the title of our event, it is Education Without Borders for any kind of areas of the sustainable development, being human development, being environmental or economic. And we really pay great attention to the fifth priority in the roadmap adopted at Berlin during the World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development in May 2021, when the priority action area number 5 is reading accelerating actions at the local level. Without clubs and associations of UNESCO, in our humble opinion, the achievements are very limited. I will therefore once again thank every club, any association, any federation, any world organization, and we are together in calling for our cooperation for the transformative projects that we hosted on the occasion in September, launching the cooperation and wishing everyone good continuation, fruitful forum, and good continuation in our action for moving the world into the right direction, offering our next generations the chance to have a sustainable world. With many thanks and grateful to everyone.
Thank you, Madam Serban, for your kind words. And since I mentioned that this year we are celebrating 30th anniversary of our independence of my country, of Kazakhstan. And since that time, I think Kazakhstan and Romania did very well job and established good relationship between two countries. And your kind words prove that we are on the right direction in our relationship. And also, you know that in our country, Clubs for UNESCO movement has extremely good relations and works under supervision of National Commission for UNESCO. And I'm pleased to give a floor to the Secretary General of the National Commission of the Republic of Kazakhstan for UNESCO and CISCA, Ms. Aliya Baysabayeva. Please, Ms. Baysabayeva, floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Mr. Akchulakov, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Kazakhstan National Commission for UNESCO and CISCA and myself, I would like to express my gratitude to all those involved in the implementation and preparation of the 4th online Europe-Asia Forum on Education. I'm very pleased to be here today at this meeting, which was the result of cooperation in the field of education with the participation of partners from World and European Federation of UNESCO clubs. The UNESCO clubs movement, born in 1947, is represented in more than 100 countries around the world and is aimed at popularizing the high ideals of UNESCO among the younger generation. Kazakhstan takes an active role on the platform of the club movement. Kazakhstan's chairmanship in the Asia-Pacific Federation of UNESCO clubs and associations attests to the confidence of the international community in our country's activities in this direction. Despite the ongoing pandemic, the Kazakhstan Federation actively continues to hold events not only on the national level, but also at the international level. It is remarkable that Kazakhstan Federation, which includes about 162 clubs and 14,000 active members, has taken its rightful place in the system of national education and upbringing of talented youth of our country. By encouraging the creative potential of children, the Federation contributes to the implementation of the 4th UN Sustainable Development Goal in the field of education. Today, a large number of leading experts around the world are involved in the implementation of SDGs. But it will be extremely difficult to achieve sustainable results if we do not pay enough attention to train the next generation of people who will acquire knowledge about existing practices and make the transition to qualitatively new approaches to promote the SDGs. I'm confident that our joint efforts can bring us closer to realizing this ambitious task. At this point, let me conclude my speech and wish all participants productive work and success. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alia. And on behalf of our National Federation of UNESCO Clubs and Associations, I'd like to raise many thanks for your kind support of our National Commission of the Republic of Kazakhstan, of our activity on all levels. And I wish all the best and success to both national commissions of Kazakhstan and Romania in your day-to-day activities and promoting the ideals and all traditions and goals of UNESCO around the world. And I'm also happy that the fourth online Asia-Europe Forum on Education was included into the official program of celebrating the 40th anniversary of World Federation of UNESCO Clubs, Centers and Associations. And we are honored to receive a video greetings from the acting president of the World Federation, Dr. Jae Kun Yu. And I ask to switch to this video. Greetings, please.
Hello, dear UNESCO family friends. This is Jae Yu from Korea. I'd like to say hello to all of you, UNESCO family. And I'd like to say hello to not only UNESCO family, but also your country people. Dr. Daniela, the president of UFCA European Community, and Mr. Bolat Akshalakov, president of Africa and Asian Pacific present. And I'd like to congratulate your effort to organize this wonderful Zoom conference for educational issue of European continent and Asian continent together. We started this one for 7 years ago, and we just diligently gather together every year, but this year we cannot meet together. So I was wondering how we're gonna do this one, but I found that you guys put together this conference, doing this kind of Zoom or internet conference. I'd like to congratulate on your effort. And education is the main purpose of UNESCO activities. And in 1960, only when UNESCO was formed, our ancestors, our leaders formed together for UNESCO, and they said education is the most important tools for world peace. And they keep teaching young students and intellectual people that for the world peace, we have to teach young people education for living together with others. And that was very lofty idea at that time. Now we are facing very difficult time now. So people keep discussing and talk about what can we do after corona's COVID-19, pro this disease pandemic, or with this pandemic. They just keep arguing what can we do. And I believe education is again most important tool to form peaceful world. But this education is not simple teaching ideology or teaching the tools or mechanical advancement type things. We have to teach human beings to love each other. So care for others. That's very important things for UNESCO activities. So I like to urge again to all of you, we have to reshape our goal for UNESCO activities for world peace. You know, we hate war, of course. As I just told you quite a few times in prior, I lost my father during Korean War. I hate war. I just think, I start to think about peace. How are we gonna do peaceful world without war or conflict? But still in this globe, there are so many areas, there are conflicts or things. So we UNESCO members must work more harder than before. Even after this pandemic or with this pandemic, we still think about more efficient and effective educational tools based on love and living together with others. And I hope and pray that your conference will be successfully done this time. And I just commend you. You did a wonderful job. May God bless all of you and have fun. And I hope to see you soon, face to face again. Thank you very much. Good luck for your conference.
Thank you, and I think we will raise our gratitude and thanks to Mr. Yu. This video greetings. And let me continue. You know that historically, Asia Euro Forum on Education was organized by Chinese and Romanian federations. I mean, historically. Keeping the tradition and paying the respect for the significant work done by the colleagues, I am grateful to Dr. Daniela Popescu for the invitation of our regional Asia Pacific Federation to host the first forum.
È imposibil de demare la video.
Madame Popescu, are you with us?
Yes, but I didn't see the video at the moment because it's a little problem with impossible. I don't know why. In this moment, it's not. I can. Did you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I can prepare my speech without video because we have a little problem. I don't know in this moment. Great.
Okay. Okay, Madame Popescu, the floor is yours.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Le troisième millénaire nous a apporté en plus de ces années troublées par la pandémie une consolidation du dialogue et de la récupération de la mémoire, visant à créer un tissu communautaire et des conditions favorables à un changement de paradigme d'éducation et de la culture au quotidien.
К сожалению, нет перевода на русский язык.
D'humanité rappelait que malgré le découragement, le peur, la douleur, il ne faut jamais perdre espoir. La société civile UNESCO, des clubs et des associations est née au Japon d'une volonté de donner alors que les traces de la guerre mondiale marquaient encore histoire. La Fédération mondiale des clubs, centres et associations pour UNESCO a cristallisé ses forces il y a 40 ans. La Fédération européenne
European Federation of Centers, Clubs and Associations put all efforts for the development of European Association of Federations and Clubs of UNESCO worked with Romania. And this year, both clubs of Kazakhstan and Romania are celebrating close cooperation between federations, and it decided to become a full team of the organizers of the Forest Forum of Asia-Europe, which is devoted to 3 leading organizations. Sustainable development sets a very solid line for the future, covering such optimistic topics as social unity and solidarity in the world, that is caring for all of us, thanks to the social strategies and educational strategies. And I'd like to wish you success with this Asia-Europe Forum, and I'm inviting you to watch a small video devoted to European Federation, devoted to the 20 years anniversary of it. Many thanks for your attention.
Video, please.
The year 2021 brings along a bouquet of anniversaries. 75 years of joy along with UNESCO, 65 years since Romania joined these structures, and 20 years since the establishment in Bușteni, Romania, of the European Federation for UNESCO Clubs and Associations, 40 years since the establishment of the World Federation for UNESCO Clubs, Centers and Associations, and 10 years since the creation of the partnership between Kazakhstan and Romanian federations. The UNESCO National Commission applauded since the beginning in 1990 the creation of the UNESCO Clubs movement, helping financially and organization-wise to their development. A World Congress for UNESCO Clubs and 2 World Executive Boards, 2 European Congresses, an Intermediary Congress and 4 Executive Boards of the European Federation. We exemplify with some of the most representative activities of the European Federation. The Passport for Global Ethics was created by Alumnus Club, an innovative document which acknowledges the actions of those who promote the UNESCO ideals. The Minister of Education presented this project during the 2013 UNESCO General Conference. Magellan Moment. The invitation of the Clubs for UNESCO from Romania of Professor Luc Montagnier, Nobel Prize winner, resulted in a scientific and cultural dialogue with the academician Solomon Marcus at the Romanian Athenaeum regarding the studies of HIV virus with great potential for variability and dissimulation. The Romanian and French national commissions, along with the European and Romanian federations, presented in Paris in 2019 the fashion conceptual exhibition Future Folk, bringing in the present the similarities between the royal French costume in the 18th century and the symbolism of the Romanian traditional one. Our colleagues from the United States organized the International Model United Nations Summer Camp and important events dedicated to the International Day of Peace. The Belarusian Association for UNESCO Clubs are well known since many years for their Summer Camp Academy UN model, and they are actively implicated in international events on youth. International Children's Music Festival, Earth is Common Home from Yekaterinburg, Russian Federation, was one of the successful activities organized by our colleagues. Factory in the Landscape is one of the most important contests under the aegis of the European Federation, organized by the UNESCO Club Foligno and the Italian Federation. We underline the intense activity of the UNESCO organization from Turin, led by Mrs. Maria Paola Azzario. Youth and Museums and Metamorphoses annual projects raise awareness and promote respect for national and regional heritage in order to conserve the cultural identity. The projects, starting with the first edition in 2009, were presented at the General Conference as models of best practices. The Asia-Europe Forum for Education was initiated by Mr. Tao Xiping, President of the Federation of the UNESCO Clubs from China. The third edition took place in Bucharest, over 100 participants from 35 countries. In these complicated times, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, a platform of cooperation between Europe and Africa was created in 2020, a common program of commemoration of the 75th anniversary of UNESCO, coordinated by the President of the French Federation, Mr. Ardiuma Sirima. Serbia young students participated in excursions around Europe regarding the monuments of UNESCO. Greece had numerous activities regarding World Heritage, European and World Executive Board meetings, as well as many cultural events. Romance House. The Romance House is a unique museum space in Romania which was created under the patronage of the European Federation for UNESCO Clubs and Associations. A life dedicated to UNESCO. The distinction, a life dedicated to UNESCO, was created for the people who gave their life for the promotion of the UNESCO ideals handed by the president of IFUCA, Mrs. Daniela Popescu, during the 3rd IFUCA Congress. 25th of April commemoration. The European Federation remembers every year on 25th of April the people who are no longer among us and who had an active contribution in the UNESCO Clubs movement. Publications. The UNESCO National Commission and the Romanian Federation strongly underlined the visibility of the organizations, and this is why in all those years of activity, numerous books, articles, catalogs were published. Azur, the magazine of the European Federation, was created in 2014, and since then it has been published annually.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. Dr. Popescu, thank you again for your support and cooperation with the organization of today's event. I do remember our talks and negotiations between and that online, and we've been hoping that it possibly can happen offline, but you know that unfortunately the pandemic raises again, and but I still hope that we will meet each other face to face soon. And also, dear participants, I'm confident that without joint effort of civil society, government and private sector, it's not feasible to achieve the sustainable development. And it's great that in Kazakhstan we have such a company as a Tengizchevroil, which conducts highly responsible social policy, supporting the education system and investing in the sustainable future to our community. Let's welcome virtual greetings from the General Manager of Policy, Government and Public Affairs of Tengizchevroil, Mr. Rzabek Artegaliyev. And can we show the video, please?
Уважаемые участники форума,
Distinguished participants of the forum, during the whole history of TSO, social investments were always an important part of the sustainable development of our company in our region. Since the creation of TSO, it invested more than 2.2 million of USD to finance social projects in Atirau and our region, and also 360 million USD to develop social infrastructure in our region. And every year in the frames of our program, social development program EGOLIC, we invest into construction of schools, hospitals, kindergartens and other social places, and 2 million of USD are every year spent on social projects that we create, and they establish long-term opportunities for stimulating economic development and ensuring accessibility and affordability and quality of education. And as example, TCO, together with the British Council, implemented a project on raising potential of English language teachers in Atirau region schools. Project administrators during a number of years supported the improvement of quality of education, helping teachers and helping them to practice English language. Another example, foundation of the Abdullah Academy that stimulates the learning of Kazakh language around whole Kazakhstan. TCO also supports projects on professional orientation and teaching youth to new skills so that we can develop personal skills of each young person and teenager. TCO is also supporting the project, teaching the children with vision difficulties and learning the Braille script. Another initiative in sustainable development in education is a program to teach the working specialities, and the goal of this project is to help young people to learn new skills and also engineering skills and other technical skills that in the future could be used at other projects.
Хочу отметить, что история ТШО
I would like to mention that the TCO history is directly linked with the development of Kazakhstan. We would like to thank developers of Tingis for their contribution to the development of a very technologically challenging oil field in the world. They built a good base for further generations.
Thank you. And we'll also deliver our thanks to Mr. Artigaliyev and the company of Chingiz-Chevroil for this very wide and strong support of the movement. And dear ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing an outstanding moment because right now in a broadcast, over 1,000 participants from the different countries have joined us to help make the world a better place. I sincerely wish all of us fruitful work, learning, and further success during and after the fourth online Asia-Europe Forum on Education. And I'd like to give a floor to Sabina. And Sabina?
Dear Mr. Chairman, dear participants, thank you so much. And while we are stopping our broadcasting, I would like to kindly ask all speakers, all participants, sorry, in the Zoom to turn on your cameras and make a group photo.
Premiumbeat.com Premiumbeat.com Premiumbeat.com
Thank you.
Welcome to the introductory session of the 4th Asia-Euro Forum on Education, entitled Sustainable Development, Good Practices in Education, Exploring Our Planet. This is Dr. Serafin Arbiola, the founding chair of the National Coordinating Body of UNESCO Clubs in the Philippines. The underlying concepts of sustainable development are defined by Agenda 21, which is the action program for the 21st century adopted by the government at the United Nations Conference on United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, also known as the Earth Summit in 1992. Summit confirmed its resolve to promote the 3 pillars of sustainable development as interdependent and mutually reinforcing concept. What role does education play in sustainable development? This is the question that we need to answer. Good quality education is an essential tool for achieving a more sustainable world. This was emphasized at the UN World Summit in Johannesburg, South Africa in 2002, where the reorientation of current education system was outlined as key to sustainable development. Education for Sustainable Development, ESD, promotes the development of the knowledge, skills, understanding, values, and action required to create a sustainable world, which ensures environmental protection and conservation, promotes social equity, and encourages economic sustainability. In this session, we are joined by esteemed resource speakers who will share good practices in education, highlighting sustainable development. I'd like to introduce our esteemed speakers from around the world. Our first speaker is Mr. Bernard Combes, Program Specialist of the Section of Education for Sustainable Development, UNESCO Education Sector. We also have from Japan, Dr. Yuji Suzuki, Director General of the National Federation of Clubs and UNESCO Association of Japan, and Mr. Hirotaka Sekiguchi, Deputy Secretary General of National Federation of Clubs and UNESCO Association of Japan. We also have Professor Karen Kim Cheung, Executive President and Secretary General of UNESCO Hong Kong Association. Another speaker from Iran, Dr. Nashreen Fahri, Head of the Education Department of the National Commission for UNESCO of Iran. Another speaker from Italy, Ms. Maria Sole Marchegiani, member of the Club for UNESCO in Tolentino, Italy. And last, but definitely not the least, Mr. Rinat Mautin, International Program Coordinator of Vilim Innovation Foundation in Kazakhstan. And for our first speaker, I would like to call on Mr. Bernard Combes to talk about empowering and mobilizing youth in favor of ESD for 2030.
Hello, everyone. Let me paint a broader picture of our framework for education for sustainable development. Let me see if I can share my screen. Otherwise, I will ask for the slides to be shown. I'm not allowed to share my screen. If the technical team can put the slides on. So I'm Bernard Combes from UNESCO headquarters. I work on education for sustainable development. I work on 2 of the priority action areas. One is on, that was mentioned, accelerating sustainable solutions at local level. And the second one is on the youth priority, empowering and engaging young people. And my presentation is going to focus on this priority of youth. I do not see the slides. Oh, yes, sorry, here we go. Share. So as I said, I'm going to focus on our priority about young people. The framework we are working on is the Education for Sustainable Development for 2030. It's a 10-year framework to basically move us ahead and to respond to the challenges our world is facing, not only the health crisis, but also the environmental and the social crisis that we are facing all over the world. And basically it calls to completely rethink education. We need to rethink how we teach, how we learn, where we teach, where we learn, and how, what information we impart through that. It means that we have to look at the learning content. What do we have in our textbooks, in our programs? We have to look at the learning outcomes. What do we expect learners to come out with? We have to look at the way we teach in the learning environment. We need to make it more interactive, more hands-on. And we have to look at transformation of our societies, transformations of our institutions. If we're going to meet the demands, in particular, as you know, the COP26 on climate is about to start in Glasgow, and the discussion is how we are going to limit our impact on the climate. We have three key features within our framework. The first one concerns the SDGs and the crucial key role of education with all SDGs. It cannot be just reduced to SDG 4, it concerns all of them. And ESD is there to help raise better awareness of these SDGs, but also to mobilize and give elements for action to achieve those SDGs, and also to provide a context or elements to see the interactions and interrelation between these SDGs. The second key feature is on transformation. What is transformation? What is change? How can we do that? It means looking at structural changes, so changing the systems, changing the institutions, but it also looks at technology. The whole discussion about artificial intelligence. How is it that going to help our education and our learning? How is that going to change our lives? We have to look at all that. The third key feature is at the member states level, is to help reinforce member states' leadership in terms of education and education for sustainability in looking at the 5 priority action areas, which I'll talk about just after. It's to help member states bring together all concerned stakeholders from state and non-state organization, and to advocate and mobilize resources. We need resources, both human and financial. So the 5 priority areas, one is on advancing policy. We have to make sure that sustainable development policies include education, and education policies need to include sustainability issues. Second is the learning environment. As I mentioned before, we need to change that. Third is educators. We need to better train our educators and our teachers. Fourth one, youth, I'll come back to that. And the last one is at the community level. That's where change happens. That's where we can work together. UNESCO is going to be providing, or has started providing, support to member states in all these areas, helping build multi-stakeholder country-level initiatives, bringing together partners, helping with monitoring, increasing communication and advocacy, and also looking at how to build evidence. So the youth priority is a key one for us. It's looking at helping young people make themselves heard, make themselves participate, make them included in everything we do. How can we possibly do that? In the country initiative, they can clearly contribute. In terms of partnerships and collaboration, they're already doing that in part through social media, but also when possible, face-to-face. Communicating, they're great at it. They provide great examples. They can help in terms of research. Young researchers are key to changing the way we think about research. They can also help mobilize resources. And of course, we can ask them to help monitor progress. They'll be the ones who will tell us, no, you're not doing what you've promised. We've looked at different processes ongoing at both UNESCO and UN level. At UNESCO level, you know of the UNESCO Operational Strategy for Youth, but there's also a UN-wide strategy. Looking at some of the SDGs, UNESCO and other UN agencies are involved in a number of them: climate, biodiversity, oceans, water, food, cultural diversity. These are areas we are working on very closely with youth organizations. And in particular, in terms of our youth priority, some action areas that we have been pushing and working closely with other partners has been one, engaging young people and empowering them to be part of these processes. Second one is about environmental stewardship, this issue of environmental justice, environmental action. Of course, mobilizing around climate, acting on lifestyles, engaging in particular with local communities around UNESCO sites, the Biosphere Reserve, the geoparks, the World Heritage Sites. We've also been working with young people on storytelling, documenting what is happening. We have also pushed forward for better participation in governance, and then also this issue of empathy, social, emotional learning skills. One example of something we've been doing is the Trash Act campaign around recycling issues and changing things, and we have many great examples. I encourage you to go look at the website. You will find many great examples of young people in action. We've also launched a Learn for Our Planet campaign about what does it mean why is it important to learn about environmental issues? Why is it important to change our practices and to try and create a better world? As was mentioned, we had in May a World Conference in Berlin, which ended up with a declaration. And one of the key elements of that declaration is calling on all countries to integrate environmental action and climate action in curriculum in all schools around the world. Next steps, we have a number over the next 10 years, midterm review in 2025, and then real implementation between 2026 and 2029, with a final review in 2030. Basically, the message is we have to learn and act now for our planet. And to continue the discussion, we've created a LinkedIn group, which I encourage you to join. Thank you very much. Spasiba Bolshoi. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard Combes, for giving us the opportunity to know the initiatives that UNESCO has been giving to our young people, so that our young people will be encouraged and inspired to work for our environment. Our next speaker is Dr. Yuji Suzuki and Mr. Hirotaka Sekiguchi. They will talk about Inikis for ESD, a vivid and colorful way of teaching education for sustainable development among school-age children. Take it away, Dr. Yuji Suzuki and Mr. Hirotaka Sekiguchi.
Thank you, Chairman, Professor Serafin. I will be very much happy to be with you, all friends of UNESCO, particularly two presidents from Europe and Asia, Daniela and Bolat. I appreciate your leadership to bring us to this important meeting to discuss about a sustainable development. Let me give you a little brief history of what we are. Japan joined UNESCO 70 years ago, but our non-government supporting UNESCO movement association born 7 years earlier than Japan's government joined UNESCO, even during the time that Japan was not yet independent nation under occupation of the Allied forces. And we indeed found that the UNESCO's ideals could be the really torchlight for devastated Japanese citizens to return to international community, so that sustainable dissemination of UNESCO ideas could be one way for us to return to international family. In a sense, UNESCO was very, very important element for many citizens in Japan. But we found ourselves not to repeat the terrible war, depend very much upon how grassroots citizens understand the importance of peace, so that we stick to the importance of grassroots sort of understanding of the importance of peace on the one hand, but also importance of mutual understanding across the countries. The last week, when we celebrated the 40th anniversary of UFUCA, by the way, I was the fourth president of UFUCA, 90s. We talked about our contribution in the field of literacy at the grassroots in a very sustainable manner. So we did 30 years of service. Today, I would like to introduce another very important activity that we do at the grassroots, namely mutual understanding across national borders. And I would like to introduce our Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Sekiguchi, to present what we are doing at these areas. Mr. Sekiguchi.
Well, thank you very much, Director General. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, good morning. I'm Hirotaka Sekiguchi of National Federation of UNESCO Associations in Japan. And I thank you very much for inviting us to this fourth Asia-Europe Forum of Education and giving us this chance to make a presentation about one of our ESD activities. Before starting my presentation, I have to tell you that I have changed the theme of a presentation from the one printed on the schedule to Enikis for ESD, a vivid and colorful way of teaching education for sustainable development among school-age children. Because considering the characteristic of this forum and the contents of the presentation of other participants, I think I felt this would fit more than the presentation I was supposed to do. And Mr. Kom gave us a large picture. Then I will show you one example of ESD activities done at the very grassroots level. So let me share my presentation. It's here. Yes. Well, I'm going to introduce to you Mitsubishi Asian Children ENIC Festa, one of our leading trials for education for sustainable development. And what is ENIC? It's an illustrated diaries. Teachers in Japan give some homework to school children before summer holiday season starts. And the ENIC is a typical homework. And I believe there's no single Japanese primary students who have not drawn on any ENIC at all. A picture and essay are combined on one sheet, like on the slides picture, and the students are supposed to draw their experience during summer. And this boy on the screen seems to have caught a big catfish in the river. The organizer of this Mitsubishi Asian Children's ENIC Festa are Mitsubishi Public Affairs Committee, a sponsor of the program, and Asian and Pacific Federation of UNESCO Clubs and Association, and us, NFUAJ. Children aged 6 to 12 can take part in this contest, and the charge is to draw 5 sets of ENICs under the theme, Here is My Life. And these are our partners, including 5 Asian Federation and Pacific members of China, India, Kazakhstan, Korea, and the Philippines. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And our partner also includes the ministries, national commissions, and other NGOs. Just let me show you some ENIC works that won Grand Prix. This 8 years old boy of China depicts that the day when his tooth fell out. And this one, very colorful one from India, shows how dynamic the festival in his area is. And this girl of Kazakhstan is telling us about what she experienced in the rural areas she visited. And this Korean boy says that he's helping his grandmother to make kimchi. Kimchi is a local pickles, but I think he's just eating them. And this Filipino girl is enjoying going on Philippine family trips. And these days, we came to understand that not a few children write about SDGs-related matters in their Enikis. For example, this girl from Pakistan wrote about her friend who was very smart, but her family had a financial problem. Well, that is why her friend always helped her mom's daily chore. You can see the girl studying in kitchen or pantry after she washes dishes. This Enik shows us the reality on SDGs 4. And this second Eniki from Indonesia shows us the scene of separating garbage into organic and non-organic. Directly telling us SDGs 12 is responsible consumption and production matters a lot to her. And this motive girl did not just draw about the beauty of the ocean. She's reporting to us that she finds a lot of garbage in UNESCO biosphere in her country. And she did her efforts to protect the life below water. And finally, you can see the boy in the center lost his right legs because of landmine. This Enik is advocating peace that she found in her class. So I don't have much time, so I wanted to show you some videos, but I cut it up. So then utilizing those Enikis with SDGs teams, we started the school visit program in 2012. So far, we held 9 classes in 5 primary schools, and we are scheduled to hold 2 more classes in 1 school and 1 event for children this year. And this is our other trial of ESD with Enikis. We produced Enik panel on SDGs issues and lend them to schools, NGOs, city halls all year round. And these slides shows the SDG panels. We have 70 panels, 17 panels, goal by goal. So before we started this initiative, we expected such merits as, for example, students can feel solidarity in learning SDGs. Students can learn SDGs practices in other parts of Asia. And students can describe what they did for SDGs. And finally, students can tell others about their SDGs activities using Enikis. And here's some response from teachers where we conducted classes. They comment that, I just read, each of the school children is learning on SDGs issues at classes, but it is hard for them to get a sense of it, and it is difficult to maintain the motivation to continue studying on it. But by looking at the illustrated dialects of different countries, the children could broaden their horizons and understand the children in Asia were also working for the earth. They also came to understand what they were doing at school, at home, would lead to ESD while drawing their illustrated pictures, picture dialects. Well, time is up. We'd like to continue this trial for several years, and we hope that we can report it after several years to this forum's participants someday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sekiguchi, for your sharing. And I'd like to inform everyone that the Philippines, under our national federation, is also implementing this Eniki competition. And this is very effective, especially during the pandemic, to relieve the stress of our children who are locked up in the room, in their homes. and many of the iniki that we have collected talks about what the children are feeling during the pandemic. So I'm excited to share with you our iniki in the next few weeks. And thank you very much. Then we will move on to, but before we move on to our next speaker, I would like to remind those who are watching on YouTube that you can ask question. Just type your question on the comment section, okay? And we are now with our next speaker, Professor Karen King Cheung. She will talk about ESD for SDG in Hong Kong.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I would like to share screen. Please wait.
We can see now your presentation.
Okay. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad to be here today. The UNESCO Hong Kong Association is recognized a charitable institute in Hong Kong, and the Hong Kong Institute of Education for Sustainable Development, HISD, is responsible for research, development, consulting, and training. Both UNESCO Hong Kong Association and HISD are members of the Chinese National Federation of UNESCO Club Centers and Associations, as well as a regional reporting member of United Nations Global Compact, and seek jointly facilitate the co-mission of UNESCO. At the same time, HISD is board partner and service provider of the UNIDO, the UNDESA Partnership for Sustainable Development Goals Project Agency, and the member institution of UN SDSN. With the establishment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development by the UN in 2015, HISD proposed the Sustainable Development Planning is the blueprint for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. HISD further developed the Sustainable Development Planning, a more comprehensive teaching systems. People from the different industry, various professions, including accountants, engineers, teachers, bankers, property managers, and the people range from senior managers to university students have gathered to become certified sustainable development planners, and established the World Institute of Sustainable Development Planner.
Professor Cheung, your PowerPoint is not moving. You are on the first slide, yeah? Or you're talking about the second or the third slide?
No, it's talking about the picture on the screen.
Okay.
Yes, showing the picture.
Could you see the Yes. Okay, let me try.
Okay.
The first thing.
Okay.
Okay, could you hear the slides?
Yes.
Okay. Shall we start this? Shall we start this one?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's begin. The UNESCO Hong Kong Association is registered as charitable institution in Hong Kong, and Hong Kong Institute of Education for Sustainable Development, HIESD, is responsible for research, development, consulting, and training. Both UNESCO Hong Kong Association and HIESD are members of the Chinese National Federation of UNESCO Craft Centers and Associations, as well as regional reporting member of United Nations Global Compact, and seek to jointly facilitate the core mission of UNESCO. At the same time, the HIESD is an expert partner and the service provider of the UNIDO, the UNDSA Partners for Sustainable Development Goals Project Agency, and the member institutions of UN SDSN. With the establishment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development by the UN in 2015, HIESD proposed that sustainable development planning is the blueprint for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. HIESD further developed Sustainable Development Planning, a more comprehensive teaching system. People from different industries, various professionals, including accountants, engineers, teachers, bankers, property managers, and the people range from senior managers to university students, have gathered to become certified sustainable development planner. And in short, the establishment of World Institute of Sustainable Development Planners. The UNESCO World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development was held online from 17th to 19th May 2021. China submitted national reports, Ecological Civilization and Education for Sustainable Development promotes the realization of Sustainable Development Goals. The Hong Kong Regional Report was integrated into the various parts of the national report, including the Case Hong Kong, a lifelong learning system based on Sustainable Development Goals, and a Smart Health School project. The conference ended by adoption of 5 prioritized actions. We will now review Hong Kong's progress. Actively participate in the promotion of region policies, including launching the Hong Kong Forum, 14th Five-Year Plan, and the Sustainable Development of Hong Kong Manufacturing. Locally, following the National Five-Year Plan, learning and promoting the National Education Development Plan, the contents concerning with education in the 2021 Hong Kong Government Policy Address is interactively communicated in the dialogue with the Secretary and the policy recommendations in various professional fields. In terms of transformation learning environment, we deploy action-oriented learning, research-based learning, and practical learning. These innovative teaching methods integrated SDG contents into educational practice. This year also marked the 10th year of the ESD learning program. Nearly 1,000 students was enrolled every year. Life education was the topic for primary schools. As for secondary schools, goes 2, 3, 4, 8, 11, 12, and 14 is included. The program is a 5-month study integrating educational, practical, and professional program design. The content includes theme lecture, field visitor, and workshop, report writing, and reviews.
Professor Karen, you have 1 more minute.
Yeah, okay. Proficiency certificate in Sustainable Development Goals learning will be presented for students who has fulfilled above requirement. The certificate confirms to the Hong Kong qualifications framework level 3 in priority action area 3 in terms of cultivating the ability of educators. We have already launched the SDGs training for teachers and UNESCO World Heritage and Inheritable Cultural Heritage teacher training courses, and are prepared to publish the World Heritage and Intangible Cultural Heritage Hong Kong School Casebook. SDG Campus is our online education platform. Teachers can conduct online teaching course promotion, and at the same time establish a resources center for various professional fields to enrich the share of various disciplines and cases in SDG solutions. Enhance empowering youth has always been a focus of the Hong Kong Association. We launched the UNESCO Green Citizen Youth Ambassador Program. Young ambassadors have their own projects and professional directions. They are joining us on the Dialogue Between Youth and Entrepreneurs section of High 17 SDGs focused, expressing the perspective of youth and discuss them with leading entrepreneurs. The show is published on multiple platforms, including Facebook, YouTube, SDG Campus, Apple, Postcards, and other social medias. Enhance local and community action in Hong Kong. We are also actively response to the participating in activity promoted by UN organizations that promote sustainable development goals. Regionally, such as UN 75 dialogue last year. In the terms of professional training, Hong Kong has been promoting ESD for SDGs since 2016. We mainly focused on establishment of a lifelong learning systems for sustainable development goals. In response to the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Sustainable Development Planning, curriculum systems, and sets of teaching materials were developed to promote the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. The qualification framework standards are used as benchmarks to establish a long life learning system that can be participate learners from different professions combined with the support of Nobel laureate, UN Office for Source Cooperation, the UN Premier and other professionals, the establishment of the WICP to develop CSDP and CSDC as spring fruit for promote sustainable development.
Okay.
Talent training. Yeah, talent training is our, yes. Talent training is our focus. What kind of talent do we train determines our future, our sustainable development planning. Professional training is supported by different training industry. For instance, the Joint Mission Foundation certificate class with the Hong Kong Quality Social Agency, Hong Kong QAA. The Hong Kong University School, the Hong Kong University School of Professional and Continuing Education joint run the Sustainable Investment Professional course with HIESD. And the advanced diploma has been recognized by the British Industrial Institute and exempted from the University of Sunderland. 2/3 of the master degree program. 2021 to 2030 is an important stage in the current global crisis to create a new opportunity to promote the 2030 education framework, ESD for 2030. And we hope that the regional governments, industry, academic, researchers could work together and build safe and sustainable city to cultivate talents. Okay, it's right. Thank you for listening. Sustainable development planning, shaping our future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Karen King Cheung from UNESCO Hong Kong Association. There are a lot of questions in the YouTube channel about your presentation. So maybe later on during the Q&A forum, we will learn more about your project. At this juncture, I would like to remind our next speakers to make your presentation on a full mode, and please limit your presentation to 7 to 8 minutes because we only have 1 hour for this session. So I'd like to call on Dr. Nasreen Fashri, Head of the Education Department of the National Commission for UNESCO of Iran. The topic is the role of volunteers in building schools and developing equitable education. Dr. Fari.
Oui, bonjour. Hello, everybody. I will give my speech in French, if you let me kindly.
Okay.
So I will share my screen also. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je m'appelle Nasreen Fahri, directrice du département de l'éducation au sein de la Commission nationale iranienne pour l'UNESCO. Et pour moi, c'est un grand plaisir d'être avec les participants et les spécialistes aujourd'hui dans ce forum. Je voudrais remercier tous les organisateurs et toutes les organisatrices de cette conférence. Et je voudrais parler surtout du bénévolat en Iran qui favorise l'accès à l'éducation équitable et de qualité. Mais je précise au départ des entreprises faites du secteur public concernant l'éducation au service du développement durable dans mon pays. Voilà. Le ministère de l'Éducation en Iran, en tant que le pôle essentiel de l'enseignement et de l'éducation, se voit cette mission importante d'offrir l'enseignement et l'éducation de bonne qualité à tous et à tous dans la société. Les enfants, les jeunes, les adultes, les immigrants, les personnes en situation fragile ou les personnes avec les besoins spéciaux. Et cela pour toute la vie. Cependant, la période de la pandémie de COVID-19 sous laquelle nous vivons encore actuellement aujourd'hui a créé des situations pas vraiment ordinaires. Les soucis et les inquiétudes d'hier concernant les groupes en danger sont devenus de vrais problèmes dès le début du confinement et la fermeture des écoles auxquelles il fallait trouver des solutions plus rapidement possible pour garder la continuité de l'éducation. Heureusement, les ministériels ayant pu s'organiser à temps dans cette situation extrême a favorisé une plateforme homogène pour l'éducation en ligne au niveau national. Toutefois, une attention particulière a été portée vers plusieurs groupes, y compris les étudiants avec les besoins spéciaux. Préparation des cours en ligne spécifiques pour ce groupe des élèves, l'envoi des professeurs et des instructeurs à domicile dans des cas nécessaires, l'envoi des paquets et des matériaux spécifiques chez les étudiants, fournir des appareils numériques pour faciliter l'accès aux cours pour les familles défavorisées, furent parmi les entreprises faites pour établir une éducation équitable à l'accès de tous. Deuxième groupe,
families in need to ensure equitable education available to everybody, that nobody is left behind. The second item is about refugees and international students, particularly students from Afghanistan. This is a group of more than 600,000 students and pupils. We need to have special equipment and technology for them, and since this number is growing due to new arrivals and the number of school materials are required. So this is a growing need. The third, adult people in Iran and of Afghan origin immigrants who also represent a group of students who require additional attention, and we need to bring their competences to a proper level to ensure competition and to provide basic education to these groups. For the residents living in rural areas and also for nomadic, to ensure education and access, they are considered as the key groups for progress in the development of the rural zones. Correct and a high quality education provided to girls and young women also motivate a prosperity in the region. This is to ensure progress of our future generations. However, volunteers are playing a big role in this area to achieve equitable and accessible education, not only during COVID pandemic, but in the future as well. We've built more than 600,000 classes by the Association of Volunteers in the educational sphere, in the sector of education. Also, volunteers build schools. As for the activities of the Iranian clubs, Iranian UNESCO clubs, these clubs promote development of the conference and also ensure progress and prosperity. This is the mission of the clubs, to combat poverty and to promote social justice and encourage activities of volunteers to help people in vulnerable and unfavorable conditions. Also, we think some informal education activities to open call centers to provide information about the pandemic and measures required for personal protection, publication of brochures and outreach materials to follow sanitary instructions and so on. It is also about free of charge schools for immigrants to develop their potential and qualifications. Detailed information can be available can be made available if you send a request to me. I think you have my contact information.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nasri Fari. Just in time, 7 minutes. Thank you very much. I appreciate very much the role of volunteers in the UNESCO Association. And we will have the presentation of Miss Maria Sole Marchegiani, member of the Clubs for UNESCO in Tolentino, Italy. The title of the presentation is FICCLU, Network of Italian Clubs for Sustainable Development.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, first, and thank you for this invitation. I'm very glad to be here representing the Italian Federation of Association Clubs and Center for UNESCO. Before starting, let's introduce myself. My name is Maria Sole, and I come from an East Center region called Le Marche in Italy. I studied cultural heritage, and now I'm working with my co-worker, Chiara, that should be with me, but she can't today. We work together in the Abbey of Sant'Urbano to the project called Valle di San Clemente, whose aim is to support and promote the territory. And for this reason, the association chose us to present the project.
To our moderator, can you please mute this person?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay, you may continue. Sorry for that.
Okay, no problem. So let's talk about FICCLU, that with its action plan is the protagonist of this presentation. FICCLU is the acronym for the Italian Federation of Associations, Clubs and Centers for UNESCO, which count 105 clubs and centers diffused all over Italy. As we can see from this map, clubs and centers for UNESCO are diffused all over the Italian territory. Today, there are 105 clubs, 2 international centers in Firenze and Torino, and 1 national center in Arezzo. The main characteristic of the Italian clubs and centers is that they are composed by adults and young people who operate voluntarily. Now, let's see FICCLU action plan for 2019-2022. So as we can see, there are these 4 topics that include, for example, identity, heritage, quality education, sustainable development, international and national competition. But today, I want to focus on sustainable development and innovation. Today, when we talk about sustainability, we talk about the MAB program, the oldest UNESCO program, born in 1971, that promotes a balanced relationship between men and the environment. Nowadays, in Italy, there are 20 UNESCO biosphere reserves. Located in the MAB area, the Club for UNESCO in Tolentino decided to promote the nomination of biosphere reserve in central Italy. So, on this occasion of promotion, the clubs for UNESCO in the Tolentino start a network, a very active network. and that set up to promote UNESCO MAB program. So for these activities, a very active network has been created with clubs and centers from North, Center, and South of Italy. Here we can see some names like Carpinetti, Cuneo, Foligno, Molfetta, Terre del Bota, etc. So when we speak about network, we have to mention the methodology that it's very important to manage the network. So the keywords in this case is cooperative learning, that includes these four keywords like collaboration, share ideas, discussion, and interaction. And with cooperative learning and continuous interaction and updating, the idea and results were multiple, such as, for example, training course and collection of testimonies and collective writing of an ebook. So step by step, we can see here the action. For example, training about the UNESCO MAB program for all Italian clubs, but also training about UNESCO MAB program for local players. So to training a course in different level, and also the spreading and dissemination, so share results. Here there are some examples of this, and also during this difficult period of this pandemic period, we met together, and we were about 100 participants from all Italy in each meeting. This is our ebook. We are so proud about, and the title is From UNESCO to MAB Stories: A Virtuous Synthesis Between Man and Environment, in which you can find all the information about the program and in which the results on this virtuous collaboration are summarized. This ebook is available, and it will be translated into several languages. In these pictures, we can see the participation, our participation to World Tourism event in Padua, and it was very, very important to present the results of our activity with the presence of the clubs and centers of network.
You have 1 more minute.
Okay. So the experience we have proposed is not the only one in Italy. Sustainable development is only one of the programs that the Italian Federation carry out, both on the territories and in schools, involving adults and students from all over Italy. So thank you for your attention, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marchigiani, for your presentation about the network of Italian clubs for sustainable development, especially the man and the biosphere. I believe a lot of our young people have questions in our YouTube channel, and we will get back to you during the question and answer. At this juncture, we would like to call Mr. Rinat Mautin, International Program Coordinator of Bilim Innovation Foundation in Kazakhstan. He will be talking about value-based education as means of intercultural understanding, the case of Bilim Innovation Schools Network.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to extend my greetings to the whole community of educators and participants now. The topic I would like to talk about is value-based education as a means of intercultural understanding. So firstly, I would like to give a quick overview of Kazakhstan. So you might imagine that Kazakhstan is quite a large country. It's actually the 9th biggest landlocked country in the world. So the population is very diverse. We have over 125 ethnic groups all over Kazakhstan. And you might imagine that these ethnic groups constitute quite a broad range of multiculturalism in the country. So we have people of different ethnic, cultural, and lingual background. And now if we talk about our schools network, so our schools are actually state schools, but our company is a private company, so we call it a public-private partnership. So there are over 30 schools all over Kazakhstan, and most schools are single gender, which means boys and girls study separately. And at the moment, we have around 10,000 students on roll, and we've been in operation since 1992. So that's actually approximately the time when Kazakhstan gains independence. And we do the Kazakh national curriculum, and some of our schools also do international curriculum. And as I said, we have quite diverse student body. So the concept of internationalism and multiculturalism is of top priority for our school. So as you can see, this is our schools network all over Kazakhstan. So this might give you a hint that our students come from different ethnic backgrounds. So what we talk about is of quite big essence for the students and for the families in school. So if we talk about values-based education, so it's an educational philosophy and it's based on a set of positive universal values, for example, on respect, integrity, cooperation, and so on. So these values actually guide how people behave in the school or in the community and what they do to support this. And when people do this kind of education, they actually try to articulate these values across all school constituents, so all the school stakeholders. And so what we did, firstly, we thought about incorporating these values into our school guiding statements. So actually, the shared vision we have is important, and we think that this should be reflected in our mission, vision, and in overall things what we do actually. So what we did afterwards, we developed student and teacher portfolios. We actually call them also profiles. This is a model of how our teachers should behave, and it's a model of our students, how they should behave in the society. So we also developed some policies and procedures. We did some induction for staff. We explained what this could mean, how they should be deployed in practice. And we also had frequent parent briefings when we shared these values with parents. We tried to explain what these could mean to them. And of course, we placed a great emphasis on role modeling, because if as educators, we are not practicing these values, then the school stakeholders like students and parents wouldn't find it very inspiring for themselves. So what we do actually, we have a set of rules, a set of values, which we distribute over the school year. So for example, in September, we put emphasis on the value called integrity and so on. So we plan that in the whole school year, we will cover at least 9 values. So as I said, we have our focus groups, we have school administration, we have staff, teaching staff, we have students and parents, and we have different briefing meetings with each of these group of stakeholders, and we explain what these values are, how they could be incorporated in their life, and what do we expect of these values. Afterwards, we do the planning. So we come together as departments, like subject departments. So we have teachers planning the curriculum. For example, if it's a cooperation month, then we assume that math teachers, English teachers, and science teachers will also practice, they will talk about this in their classes. And we also inspire our teachers across the school divisions, from primary, middle school, and high school, to have some sort of vertical planning. So they know that when the student exits primary school, when he or she goes to the middle school, they will have this one. So we have quite a wide support from parents because we encourage them to take active participation in school events. We also conduct some home visits. We could see what students are doing in home, how parents could support us. We also invite people for guest lectures, and we have quite a powerful alumni associations which also support us. So these are some activities which we have in the school, and we support our community in terms of resources as well. So we have a functional website which gives information about these values. We have a YouTube channel which continuously have some video clips about each value. We also have a set of handbooks and textbooks, which you call khadam in Kazakh, and these guide educators in their work. And we have quite nice outcomes. We have run a few parent surveys. These were qualitative research, and we found out that parents mentioned strong community bonds between students and parents. Sometimes they call it as family. And we also have noticed that student well-being has improved. And we also might say that student achievement has improved. We have students who have done quite great results in international subject Olympiads, in university acceptances, and in some standardized tests. We also are proud of our alumni network of our graduates because they provide lots of mentorship programs for the local communities. They also run a lot of charity events, international and local events. So I would like to thank everyone for your attention. And if you have questions, we would be glad to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Not only you, Mr. Mautin, but the rest of the panel for this introductory session. Truly, the aim of ESD is to enable young people to make decisions and carry out actions to improve our quality of life without compromising the planet. If there are questions that are relevant, let me check. There is a question here addressed to our colleagues from Japan about the INIKI program. Is the INIKI included in the program of UNESCO clubs for the preservation of alphabets and the peculiarities of the languages of all people living in this world?
Hello, Dr. Suffering. Could you please say it again, because your voice is a little bit, you know.
The question,
I couldn't hear you as well. Yes.
It is included in the chat. Is the INIKI included in the program of UNESCO clubs for the preservation of alphabets and peculiarities of the languages of peoples living around the world?
Thank you very much for the question. But actually, the participants of this participating organization is 24 countries and the region in Asia. And whatever the language they use, they can write INIKI. In the composition part, I mean the essay part. So in that terms, I think, we are trying to conserve the original letters that they are using. But actually, we have not paid much attention to that part. Anyway, whatever written, we will accept and translate it into Japanese and English and do the exhibition and this kind of education program.
Okay.
Am I answering properly?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sekiguchi. There is one question from the YouTube channel, and this can be addressed by anyone. What are the challenges that you have met in the implementation of the program for sustainable development? anyone from our speaker, what are the challenges that you have encountered in the implementation of the program on education for sustainable development?
May I? From Japan?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Well, our target people were students from age from 6 to 12. So, you know, they're not like adults. And just 1 year have the very, you know, the different level of development. So it is quite hard for us to teach SDGs or ESD stuff to the lower grade of elementary school students. But if they go to like 6th grade, 5th grade, I suppose their level of understanding on ESD or SDGs is almost same as adults, because Japanese government is trying to build in the ESD issue in our, what you call that, in Philippines, it's just basic education curriculum. I don't know what to say in English, but it's a kind of a guideline of primary school education. So each matters a lot to us when we teach to conduct this kind of activities. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask Mr. Combes?
Sure, yes. Challenges. I think there's several of them. The first one is when you say we want to talk about education for sustainable development to a school principal, he or she often responds that, oh, that's for the science teacher. And we say, no, it can be for any teacher. So first challenge is that ESD concerns teachers of all subjects. Second challenge is that many people tend to think, oh, ESD, that's for formal schooling. And we have to say, no, ESD is lifelong. It's formal, non-formal, informal, any settings. And that's often very difficult to get that message across, because when you talk to ministries, they only want to talk about formal and they don't want to talk about the rest. So the challenge is that ESD is lifelong, it's life-wide, it's intergenerational, it's multi-stakeholders. So every project is kind of a case-by-case approach that you have to create a dialogue with everyone so that we come to an understanding and we use the same words, because sometimes we use words, but it might not mean the same. And also, I think the other challenge is also to remind everyone that the aspect of cultural diversity is part of ESD, and the whole aspect of, as you know, at UNESCO, we promote intangible cultural heritage. That is also part of ESD. We have to bring all of those in. So quite a few challenges, but we have many partners on the ground that are active, they're dynamic, like quite a few UNESCO clubs and associations have been pushing this. And I think that's how we're going to move towards building a more sustainable society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Combes. Professor Karen?
Yes, from Hong Kong, and
yes,
Dr. Wang has
we have a big challenge that is we want to promote some courses about the SDGs learning to those formal education teachers, and it's quite difficult as recently we have a program that no teacher like to join the program. So as we think that is very important for those teachers, if they know about this knowledge, then they can promote this idea to the schools, especially to the youth. But it's difficult for the teachers to join this program. So I think it is a big challenge. But maybe we have to let the Hong Kong people know more about the SDGs, and then. But we have just this idea, but I don't know how to continue to promote this idea to the teachers. So that's all.
Okay, thank you very much. How about our colleagues from Kazakhstan? What are the challenges in implementing values-based program? Because there is a question addressed to you here. How is value-based education assessed?
Well, one should understand that these projects are long-term ones, and you cannot provide short-term assessment. So what we do actually here, we have a set of rubrics which we developed with our colleagues, and we have students who have, upon, for example, completing one cycle, they need to reflect on things like, I can do this one, I can do that one, I can feel that one, I can help my friend. So we could understand that students have mastered some of these values. They have perhaps understood concepts of it. And we also have teachers who supervise the students, and they also provide feedback. So when we triangulate data, so if we have understanding that the students in particular class have achieved certain points, then we assume that we are successful in doing that.
Thank you very much. How about our colleague from Italy, Dr. Maria Sole? What are the challenges that you have experienced in implementing our MAN and the Biosphere program?
Yes, the big challenge is, for example, to make visible the intangible value of MAB program, and also include students in a voluntary way. So it is very difficult, especially during the pandemic period.
Okay, thank you. Maybe one last question to all of you before we end, because there is another session following this this session. According to SDG 4, there is education for sustainable development, and there is also global citizenship education. What's the connection of these two educational paradigm? Maybe Mr. Bernard can enlighten us on this.
Thank you for the question. In a way that it's the two sides of the same coin, where the main objectives are the same, but some of the activities, some of the methods are a bit different. And also we are, the main partners come from different groups. Global citizenship education is more from groups that work on citizenship, human rights, peace education, whereas ESD is more the groups that work on environmental education type of thing. So yes, the connection is that where it's complementary approaches to get to delivering an education that provides the tools and the skills and the values for people to be able to live and build more sustainable societies.
Okay, thank you very much. Any one last word from our speaker before we end? Any one message, one-liner message from our speaker before we end? If there is none, I would like to thank every one of you for gracing this this very important introductory plenary on sustainable development, good practices in education, exploring our planet. Indeed, you are all an inspiration to our UNESCO club all over the world in making this world a more inclusive, sustainable, peaceful from the National Coordinating Body of UNESCO Club in the Philippines.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
.com. Premiumbeat.com. 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 Premiumbeat.com.
Via Costa, coming from Romania at the University Titu Maiorescu, but I moderate this session on coherence and integration for sustainable development. This is a challenge for us because the stake of this topic is very, very rich. We constate this is enormous disparities of opportunities. Which kind of opportunities? Work opportunities, wealth also, and power. And the most important is gender inequality. Gender inequality remains a key challenge. Unemployment, particularly for youth employment, is also a major concern. This is many stakes for our humanity. So, sustainable development means to strengthen the main of implementation through education for sustainable development. And meantime, we must revitalize the global partnership as we saw today, because today we develop together this global partnership. So, knowing and speaking about this partnership, we are partner in our speeches because our session will be opened by Mr. Man Tan Van. I take the floor to Mr. Man Tan Van. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chairperson, dear distinguished delegates, friends and colleagues of the UNESCO Club movement, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the Vietnam Federation UNESCO Association, I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to organizers for the invitation to this very meaningful forum. In my presentation today, I would like to share with you the practical experience of the Vietnam Federation UNESCO Association in implementing educational activity for sustainable development. Let me start with some brief information about Vietnam Federation UNESCO Association. Vietnam Federation UNESCO Association established in 1993 by Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. The Federation now embraces a nationwide network of over 120 member units consisting of association, center, club for UNESCO, with over 13,000 full members and around 160,000 participants who regularly join in VFUA activity. VFUA since establishment has successfully organized hundreds of meaningful and highly valued activities in terms of generational education, civic consciousness, and international spirit. Based on global ethics proposed by UNFUCA, since 2014, VFUA has hosted many international conferences to discuss initiatives to propose the participation of organizations and individuals in the community to contribute to the promotion of global ethics for sustainable development. The conference, the International Conference Global Ethics, Education, Sustainable Development in 2014, the roles of global ethics in cause of world peace protection in 2016, role of tourism in conservation of natural and cultural heritage in 2017, role of ethics for community development in 2019, and task of preserving and promoting value of UNESCO recognized cultural heritage in 2020. Good health and well-being, this is an important key that United Nations has considered an independent goal number 3 out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Over the year, VFUA and its members have had many activities in line with Sustainable Development Goals number 3 to help improve and enhance people's health. VFUA established in the UNESCO Center of Tahiti for Longevity in 1998. The center has the task of guiding and popularizing Vietnam School of Tahiti who practice effects on the participant in protect and promote the health, repair disease, improve and enhance their quality of life. The Tahiti practice movement has spread throughout the country with more than 2,000 clubs under the center and more than 140,000 people participating in practice. With the positive results that the movement of practicing the Tai Chi brings to the community, especially for the health of the elderly, the Ministry of Culture of Vietnam and the Vietnam Association of Elderly have recognized Tai Chi and proposed VFUA to continue to popularize it to people who wish to join across the country. inner space or in this under VFUA operating in the field of improving self-awareness, thereby bringing about the positive change inside each individual, contributing to building a perfect person for common development of society. All activity costs organized by the inner space are completely free. Distinguished activity of the center includes projects of life value in the healthcare industry, online program of Think Daily on Facebook, YouTube channel with instruction video on meditation. Gender equality and women empowerment is not only independent world member number 5, but also across the cutting world of the remaining 16 Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. In Vietnam, women make up more than 50% of the population, more than 48% of the social labor force. However, women still have not achieved sustainable equality and have been facing many social problems. With a desire to help more than 30 million Vietnam women to change their mind and perception, thereby helping them to take change of their own happiness. VFUA, along with its members, have successfully implemented many training courses which provide knowledge for women in many fields of the business and vocational trainings, psychology counseling, reproductive health, sexual health, marriage, and family consultancies. Prominent among them is a series of seminars, Successful Women in the 21st Century, with topics related to enterprise women to train, conquer of that dream. The workshop Thankful to be a Woman, to honor the beauty and the value of women, helping them to remove all the psychology barrier and gender stereotype to confidently seize opportunity and enjoy more equal relationship. The knowledge of sharing session, women sexual and productive health to share on the topics of building a happy marriage and equipping with knowledge about basic sexual rights and body autonomy. This is bring me to the end of my speech. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Tan. Thank you. And now we take the floor, the Lyudmila, Madame Lyudmila Savicheva, please. Thank you.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Добрый день, уважаемые участники форума. Я рада приветствовать вас от имени 56.
Dear forum representatives, I'm glad to welcome you on behalf of the 56 UNESCO clubs accredited in Russian Federation. Can you see my presentation? So our clubs conduct an active work in 4 directions, and you see them on your screen now. Young people, the leaders of the future population, should play an important role to implement SDGs and achieve SDGs. And in order to enable that, we need to help them to grow in a responsible atmosphere. And our clubs do an active work in this direction. For example, an international long-term project, the SDGs in the lives of each of us, what I did, what I can do. And In the frames of it, we've created an interactive exhibition of SDGs and their reflection in the world of books. So this exhibition allows to show what are SDGs and how to tell about them with the help of children's literature. And if you use the QR code, you will be able to get detailed information about the two parts of this exhibition, books and animations about achieving SDGs. In addition, there is another project, School for Ecology, Think, Explore, Act. The aim of it is to create an ecological or environmental space in schools as an inevitable part of school development and education, raising and development of the personality of a responsible person, environmentally literate, behavior in society as a socially important personality of person in the society, and understanding the link of people and environment. Another project, Global Question, implemented with the support of the Commission of Russian Federation on UNESCO Affairs on its own internet platform. Last year, 68 teams participated in the game, 6 moderators and 5 experts from 6 countries of the world, and you can follow the link to find the game. Another environmental project, Plasticovirus. It's a youth project. It has an educational block with webinars about what is plastic, how is it produced, in which fields of life it's used, and how is it disposed, and what is the harm to the environment. There is a research block devoted to learning research on using the plastics and emissions and how this microplastics and plastics in general impact on living organisms. Third block is about practical actions. Members of the UNESCO Russian Club not just arrange different activities devoted to SDG achievement, but also actively participate in international conferences. In 2020, participated in Eurasia Forum Enlightenment and Education for Sustainable Development. They implemented a long-term project where you're all unique, let the world know about you. The project concept provides for the intercultural dialogue, communication, development of children, and children from different parts of the world share their family traditions of Sunday breakfasts with their families. Another project devoted to the International Teachers' Day. 77 children from Brazil, Romania, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Malta, Greece, Holland, Kenya, Thailand, Germany, Israel, Bulgaria, France, India, Cyprus, Italy, Uzbekistan, and Russia prepared their thanks letters to their teachers. And if you follow this QR code, you will be able to see this congratulating video. Project International Day of Family. In the frames of celebrating an International Family Day, we reminded everyone the values of family in life of each children. We encouraged everyone to follow these values, showed different families from different parts of the world, and children from more than 20 countries participated in this project, and you can find it in YouTube. An international competition of youth and children art. I'm an artist, the world we aspire to, devoted to the 75th Jubileum of UN and SDGs with the information support of the Information Center of UN in Moscow. The competition was conducted from August till 22nd October of 2020. And in another international competition, I'm an artist, the UN Goals for Sustainable Development through the eyes of children. In the frames of each, the pictures of children reflected how they see the future world and how they see SDGs. And you can also follow the link to see the pictures and competition information. It's an annual competition. Club members actively participate and get awards in international and Russian Federation competitions. So in the frames of participation and the competition of the calendar for SDGs, a calendar for 2020 was created, a human in the big world of SDGs that won the first place, and children that were working on this topic, they were able to not just improve their knowledge about SDGs, but also share it with others, and they developed such an inclusive authorship calendar. Members of the clubs participated in the International Youth Conference, Reorientation to Agenda 2030, Youth Participation in Next Norma campaign. Organizers were the National Commission of Jamaica on UNESCO and Federation of Clubs of UNESCO. And the Youth Roundtable on the 56th session of the UN Commission on the Status of Women encouraged the wide participation of women in social life and decision-making, and also reducing violence, achieving gender equality, and empowering girls and women. World Songs About Peace competition among the associated UNESCO schools. There was such a competition, Let the Sun Always Shine, and it was conducted by the General Assembly of UN in 2021. You can follow the QR code, and our participant also won the first place, which we're very glad of. Club members also developed an interactive board, online mentoring board, where we've collected the most interesting and popularly used SDG materials. Each person can share their materials and share their developments to exchange experience. And the UNESCO club members of the Academy of Kindness, they developed the cartoon, the tale of the SDGs, and children voiced different fairy tales and poems about SDGs, and that was about SDG 14. And following the QR code, you can find this tale. This is just a part of the activities that we conduct to promote SDGs, and we would like to invite everyone to join our work, and we would like to get joined with our colleagues from other countries. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Many thanks for your speech. Very interesting. Also, highly act in the field. And we take the floor to Mrs. Nurgul Kurmanova, please.
Коллеги, добрый день, рада всех приветствовать.
Good day, dear colleagues. I'm glad to welcome all participants of today's forum. The topic I'll be talking about today is cooperation between NGO, business, and government. I hope that everyone can hear and see me well. The activities of NGOs is the inevitable condition for stabilizing and development of civil society in Kazakhstan. During the 3 decades of independence, we were able to develop a very good cooperation system between NGO and government and create legislative system. And the significant role was done by the creation of the Civil Alliance of Kazakhstan. There was also support from business side that is ready to contribute to the development of society by financing different NGO projects. And today, this non-governmental sector is able to raise attention of government, business, and international organizations to acute problems in the society and offer concrete actions to solve these problems. And the actually present NGOs, which we have almost 6,000 already, they are now covering the majority of socially important problems. And during 30 years, we have sustainable groups of NGOs created in different directions, and they are promoting the interests of youth and children. They are promoting healthy lifestyles, trying to solve the problems of women and families of people with disabilities. They deal with protecting human rights and supporting vulnerable groups of population. In the latest years, the non-governmental actions on environmental protection and development of self-governance movements are developing and becoming active. And we want to show that cooperation between NGO, government, and business is also possible in the educational field. This vector will allow us to solve the relevant problems of the labor market and quality of the human capital. And this partnership will be beneficial to both for the population and society and business environment. This year, we are implementing the project on early professional orientation of school students, which is supported by our partner, Tengiz Chevrolet company, and also Department of Education of Atirau region, because the success of future economy starts with school children work. We want to establish the foundation with our school children to be more engaged, more motivated, and when they come to work, they will know why they selected a certain job, because there are two types of being disappointed with your job: when you selected the job which you don't like, and second is the job that is not required on the market. And our project on prof orientation allows to avoid these disappointments. And I can say Integrity, our NGO, is the first one in the chain between the future employers and employees. And the core of the project is that in the frames of the early professional orientation, our specially trained trainers, instructors conducted special selection for the high school children, students, and this helped to identify their skills and abilities to be used in future jobs. Our project doesn't duplicate the functions of the state educational facilities, and it actually adds to it and fills the gaps that due to subjective or objective reasons happened in our educational system. Let me repeat, on our classes, children are not getting hard skills. We're helping them with soft skills. And unfortunately, in Kazakhstani schools, we don't have soft skills taught. And I'm talking about such skills like ability to make a choice, emotional competence, understanding your emotions and others' emotions, and effective teaching methods. And very often the students of 7th grade, from 7th grade to 11th grade, they have very bad vision of who they want to become in the future. They don't have information about the career perspectives. And in the majority, they don't have any tools for the proper selection of the job. And the project is created to change the situation. After undergoing all of the stages of education, a girl or a boy will be able to make the conscious choice of their professional future and follow all steps to successfully achieve their goal. How is this project beneficial to participants? So, for example, the high school students, it's clear, but in this approach, the society should be interested as well, and business should be interested as well. If I ask all the managers or leaders present here who had a problem with human resources, I think everyone will raise their hand. It's a big problem to find interested workers who know what they want, who selected the job they like, and that's why they work fully and not because we force them. And modern companies are ready to contribute to the development of their workers, to improve their qualification and to teaching them soft skills like time management or ability to build the learning process. And we are ready to help this. When your future employees are still in the 7th grade or from the 7th to 11th grade, if we will not lose time at that period, we will be able to get the highly interested and qualified specialists in the end. So our company Integrity is happy that our initiative was supported, and in order to help the Department of Education to increase access to this project, that work is very important to us. And you can see that we have this 3-vector communication that allows for the great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Kurmanova. And also, we finish our very short session. Please, for our more understanding, we have highly appreciate the session, because this session was developed in terms of coherence and integration to achieve sustainable development. And I highly appreciate the session, the presentation of Mr. Tan, because he discussed very clear for us in terms of cohesion, global ethics, roles of of everybody, and also development of community, gender equality, equality of women, activities of human. And also for Mr. Tan, I have a question. Do you think it's necessary to develop global ethics? In which terms global ethics? Because global ethics is more or less a kind of rhetoric. And global ethics you develop in which terms? Practical terms. Mr. Tan, open your phone. Mr. Tan. Je vous présente en français, vous parlez le français. Alors, je vous ai dit que j'ai beaucoup apprécié votre exposé et c'est pour cela j'ai apprécié que vous
Let me speak in French.
Vous avez discuté l'éthique globale, le rôle aussi des communautés et du tourisme, le rôle des communautés, aussi
the role of the societies and the equity, gender equity and female role. That was very good. I appreciated your work. And now I'd like to ask a question. I think it's general opinion, and I can probably ask this question. What do you do in order to develop this education in the spirit of global ethics?
It remains an open.
This is still an open question.
Answer and question. So we go on. For Madame Savicheva, for Madame Savicheva. So I highly appreciate your exposition. Thank you very much for your involvement in this act of education for sustainable development. If I understand very well, everybody understood very well. You act here in a school, also you act in a family. You have a lot of artistic activities, and very interesting for everybody. And if you have, in your view, the integration and coherence in your activity. Savicheva. So, open your phone, please. Madame Людмила.
С вашей точки зрения, интеграция и согласованность в вашей деятельности, в каком виде она присутствует?
Ну, смотрите, что бы ни делали клубы...
Whatever UNESCO clubs do, they cover not only one SDG, but all 17 SDGs. Can you hear me now? My microphone is on.
Yes. С вашей точки зрения, интеграция и согласованность в вашей деятельности, в каком виде она присутствует?
Ну, смотрите, что бы ни делали клубы ЮНЕСКО, они
whatever UNESCO clubs do, they cover not only one SDG, but actually they integrate all 17 SDGs. I just don't get what's happening now. And while we are working,
работая над реализацией того или иного проекта,
while we work on implementation of the projects, UNESCO clubs and centers work on all SDGs through their lessons learned, through their integration and interaction to find implementation means for different SDGs, how is this goal can be achieved by interacting or environmental actions and steps to be taken. They are trying to find solutions and collaboration ways. Somehow it is just duplication of the same words I was saying previously. I cannot get what's happening in terms of technological communication.
Thank you very much. It's a very good idea. A club could be a very good opportunity to resolve this problem for integration and coherence. And this is a very good idea. And a very good idea from your part is to work in the network. A very good idea also. And I think it's a good idea to work on network in partnership as we work today. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ludmila. Thank you. Good luck. Go on, go on. And now for Madam, for Mrs. Nurgul Kurmanova, please. Also, we have a very interesting session, very interesting presentation in terms of manage future, in terms of integrity, in terms of NGOs and business and other sector of our society. A very good presentation and very interesting, because the sustainable development is our planet with all humanity, whole community, whole business, whole NGOs also. And we have, I think, a real problem with NGOs, because NGOs for the civil society. And you can comment a little lot these relationships with NGOs.
Interaction with NGO and civil society and public overall. Can you please expand your question a little bit? What specifically would you like to know about interaction of NGOs with government or with businesses?
I would like to have an image of your collaboration, your cooperations with NGOs. NGOs, why? Which kind of activities you have with NGOs in our society?
Thank you very much for your question. We are a public foundation ourselves. We are an NGO and we collaborate with our NGOs within the institutionalization program or a program to educate NGOs. This program is funded by TCO, Tengizchev Royal Organization. This year we had a program launch to exchange experience and to develop NGOs as institutions in terms of leadership, interaction processes with the team, business procedures, standards, everything what actually involves NGOs to make them more sustainable, to make them of a better quality, such interaction between NGOs within the civil society, for NGOs to be able to work in proper projects, to work on proper documentation, how to fill applications for projects, what kind of initiatives there are for popularization of ideas NGOs might have. Therefore, between NGOs, we have very high quality interaction. And if we are talking about civil society and public sector interaction, there is a civil initiative. It is a civil society center which supports NGOs and again creates possibilities for further capacity building for NGOs.
The key word is interaction. Very good. So thank you very much all to speakers. Thank you very much to organize committee and all organizers of this session. In our conclusion, in our conclusion, we have any lines? By 2030, we know very well humanity is involved in action to ensure that all students have the knowledge and skills needed for promotion sustainable development, including through education for the sustainable development and for sustainable lifestyle. Human rights, gender equality, promoting cultures of peace and non-violence, citizenship, globalization, and appreciation of cultural diversity, and as well as the contribution of culture to sustainable development. Our conclusion is that the children and the world are changing. Let's participate in change. Professionalism and ethics, innovation and creativity, and are our tools for learning, for teach in our world today. Thank you very much to everybody and good luck in our session.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. On behalf of the organizers of the 4th Asia-Europe Forum on Education, I'm very pleased to welcome you all at the session on quality of life development and equitable quality education in our society. Let me remind you that our session is being broadcasted in English, French, and Russian languages on YouTube. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you joining from all around the globe. My name is Dinara Tuyakova, and I'm an education program assistant at UNESCO Almaty Cluster Office for Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, and I'm honored to moderate today's session devoted to the theme of education and sustainable development. We as UNESCO pay great attention for mainstreaming ESD at all levels. We are all aware that the current climate emergency and other environmental sustainability crises are the product of human behavior. The collective activities of human beings have altered the Earth's ecosystems to the extent that our very survival is threatened now. The change is becoming more rapid, dramatic, visible, and difficult to reverse every day. It is clearly evident that dramatic changes are taking place and that humankind is directly responsible for this. Sustainable development cannot be achieved solely through technology, political regulation, or financial mechanisms. We must change the way we think and act. This in turn requires the provision of quality education and training for sustainable development at all levels and regardless of social conditions. With this purpose, education for sustainable development empowers learners with knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes to take informed decisions and make responsible actions for environmental integrity, economic viability, and just society, empowering people of all genders for present and future generations while respecting cultural diversity. With this said, UNESCO enhances its intrasectoral collaboration on education for sustainable development and encourages the contribution of relevant programs and networks. And here, where the network of UNESCO clubs play a crucial role. So here today, we have with us our distinguished speakers, whom I am happy to introduce to you. Please meet Dr. Enrique Renteria Castro, the president of the UNESCO Clubs COMCE Mexico. Our next speaker is Professor Laurentio Dan Milici, the vice president and secretary general of the Romanian National Federation of UNESCO Clubs and Associations. Ms. Lazata Khmurzina, executive director of Kazenergy Association from Kazakhstan. Our speaker from Belarus, Ms. Inna Bondareva, the representatives of UNESCO Clubs Generation Next from Minsk. And the last but not least, our young speakers, Ms. Araylum Kerimbekova and Ms. Emina Jumagaze, students from Taldykorgan Nazarbayev Intellectual School for UNESCO. And they're joining us from Kazakhstan as well. So we will now move to the presentation part of the session. Dear speakers, you will each have 8 minutes for a speech. Please observe the time limit. Thank you. Dear participants, if you like to ask the question, please use the chat box and I will address your questions to the speakers during the Q&A session after all presentations made. Please also make sure to indicate to whom of the panelists your question addressed. We will also have the questions from our YouTube viewers. Please type your question in the comment section. So now I'm happy to give a floor to our first speaker, Dr. Enrique Renteria Castro, a president for UNESCO Clubs COMCE Mexico. He will tell us about the education as the way to sustainable development. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Greetings to all. Thank you for the invitation. I give the word to the coordinator of international relations, please.
Okay, so I will make a brief description of our actions to promote the ideals and programs of UNESCO in Mexico, Latin America, and the Caribbean. The UNESCO COMSA clubs consider education as the main action of humanity that will allow transforming subjects to achieve democracy, justice, peace, respect for human rights, and the conservation of resources of our planet. We have permanently carried out non-formal education programs that allow young people and adults to improve their social environment. We have participated in congresses, forums, and worked with local and state authorities to reach agreements that allowed us to consolidate a quality education and build a culture of peace. We have accreditation and certification systems in place that guide citizens, school principals, and mayors to carry out their work management according to the Sustainable Development Goals. In the, well, you can see in here that there are some images that you can see the inaugural ceremony of the Young People Building the Future program. The UNESCO COMSA Club Fellows participate in the opening speech with the President of Mexico, Luis Andrés Manuel López Obrador, and the opening ceremony. See, here is the agreement side with the educational institutions and organizations promoting peace. The importance of education for sustainable development, supported by two important activities: the Berlin Declaration, May 19, 2021, and holding of the V International Forum of UNESCO Clubs, in partnership with the World Federation of Clubs, Centers, and UNESCO Association with the Peace Writing Group of the National Association of Universities and Institutions of Higher Education, ANUES. Academics from different universities and educational teachers of different educational levels. The themes are indicated, and the committees assume in correspondence with the World Conference on Education held in Berlin are described, describing the important actions that UNESCO has generated during its 75 years to involve civil society teachers. The International Forum of UNESCO Clubs, held on May 17, 18, and 19, managed to bring together in virtual mode more than 3,885 participants, including teachers and students from different countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, with the purpose of analyzing and defining actions that allow contributing to implement the framework project of education as a way to achieve sustainable development. Also, restructure the link between education and the elements of the social environment to influence a transformation of society. All this is to achieve that the education transform the development model to change the order of things and configure another life and another society. Education 2030 agenda, greater emphasis is placed on the contribution of learning content to the survival and prosperity of humanity. Also, restrict the link between education and the elements of the social environment to influence a transformation of society. That is, to achieve that the education transforms the development model to change the order of the things and configure another change to order of the things and another society. Build a pedagogical proposal based on formal, informal, and non-formal education. The dimensions of socio-emotional and behavioral learning consider the place of residence and a space for learning, as well as innovate a pedagogical model in the current situation of schools closing due to COVID-19. The important pedagogical and social mobilization that was articulated in the framework of the UNESCO Clubs International Forum achieved important reflections and proposals, defining education as a way to achieve sustainable development. We were able to incorporate important academics as educational actors. Oh, wait. Well, as educational actors and important academics and agents in joint responsibility to carry out an analysis of reflection on the important document entitled The Futures of Education, Learning to Transform Oneself, with the aim of refining the role of knowledge, learning, and education for its contribution to the global common good. These are some topics and proposals for analysis. Promote Tlaxcala as a common space in the Latin American Caribbean region to analyze, reflect, and propose actions for the fulfillment of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And establish alliances with universities, research centers, companies, industries, hospitals, foundations, civil associations, and the member states of UNESCO. This mind the work of reflection on the strategies, actions, and evolutions of successful experience that allow to orient the efforts and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And here the topic, higher education and culture of peace. Comprehensive plan for the culture of peace from higher education institutions, IES, for the information of a society that lives in structural peace and in accordance with the Sustainable Development Goals, related to peace, as well as the provisions of the Vision and Action 2030 of ANIOS to renew higher education in Mexico, in the section of IES and as agents of change, points out that an important challenge for IES is in their adaptation to change in the environment and the meeting requirements of society. So this is substantive functions they perform. The training of highly qualified professionals, generation, application, that transfer of knowledge with a social meaning, and the dissemination of culture and extension of service to contribute to the national development and the social welfare of the population. The Peace Group of ANRIS, made of academics from 23 member universities and the UNESCO COMSE Club, will determine the research action works on the topics for reflection, agreed upon in an internal group of work tables. Specialists from the institutions will be invited. The seminar will be organized by universities. An annual forum will be held to specify the work population and determine their specific needs. An international congress will be held inviting specialists from UNESCO and the United Nations to guide integration strategies and learn and research. Taking human rights to culture of peace and improvement of prevention as a framework in the institutions of upper secondary education that join the work proposal. The topic in here is now defining the futures of education, consolidate the comprehensive institutional approach, considering that the participation of students and the school community are committed to sustainable development mediated by justice and democracy. It will seek to turn educational institutions into creative laboratories of participation and active citizenship, gender equity, and equality, health, interactions with nature, and the respect for the environment, energy, efficiency, and sustainable consumption, seeking that learning is carried out through experience, action-oriented, and culturally relevant, allowing learners to learn from life and live lifelong learning. And here, the participation in the international forums of the World Federation of UNESCO Club Centers and Association, objective to support international actions and promote the work of UNESCO clubs and contribute to the goals of Sustainable Development Goals of 2030 Agenda. Changsha, China, March 21 and April 1 to 4, 2019. Now in here is the social inclusion, urbanization, ethics, and civic behavior. Our objective, promote inclusion social without distinction of any person, the basic electricity service, drinking water, transformation, and decent house, promoting government management and social participation, promoting respect for legality, civic culture, and ethical behavior in an environment free of violence. Now, the culture, heritage, and human rights. Our objective in here is to promote the participation of all people in the exercise and enjoyment of human rights and the guarantees of recreation, culture, and artistic expression that this allow from human development involving peace and harmony. Climate change represents a real and rapidly evolving threat to humanity. Climate change is one of the priority areas of ESD, through which UNESCO strives to ensure that all generations understand the impacts of climate change and are better prepared to take action to promote resources, the environment, and the planet which sustain life. Women lead that commitment to follow up climate change education policies. Now, in here, the theme World Movement of UNESCO Clubs proposals to monitor the progress of education for sustainable development, ESD, within the framework of the general monitoring of the Sustainable Development Goals and Target 4.7 to guarantee the continuous improvement of their implementation and contribute to leave no one behind, propose ESD assessment systems, and improve research on how to assess ESD progress. UNESCO is a laboratory that promotes ideals to achieve the education transforms people's lives with peace, justice, democracy, and respect for human rights, and mainly promotes the urgency of recovering the planet. Here, the technology, digital activism, and artificial intelligence. Our objective here is to promote the responsible use of new information and communication technologies, develop research and successful experience in the world about the use of artificial intelligence, promote its dissemination in the media and specialized forums. The member states that are part of our organization participate, propose, and approve in the General Conference, and the respective commissions the resolutions that allowed it to carry out its novel purpose. It touched the local governments, the community of each country, each citizen of the world, implements strategies to achieve goals and objectives. UNESCO clubs, in a collaboration with national commissions and local authority, must join forces to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, choosing the most viable path, education. Thank you for your attention, and let's go for the peace and the democracy in this world.
Thank you. Thank you, dear speaker.
Thank you very much.
And we thank our speaker, Dr. Enrique Renteria Castro. And that is an amazing job you are doing with these diverse activities for promoting sustainable development through education. And thank you for presenting all of your experience. We're now moving to our second speaker, Professor Laurentiu Dan Milici, the Vice President and Secretary General of the Romanian National Federation of UNESCO Clubs and Associations. Professor Laurentiu will enlighten us on education for sustainable development in isolated localities through the project School on Wheels. Please, floor is yours.
Hello. I try to put my presentation. Okay. My presentation is about education for sustainability, development in isolated localities, with the program School on Wheels. I represent here Romanian Federation of Association and Clubs for UNESCO, Signal Scientific Society, and University Ștefan cel Mare of Suceava, Romania. Okay, about Cygnus Scientific Society, because School on Wells is a project now of Cygnus Scientific Society. The goal of Cygnus is to use and build on the intellect and expertise of youth in scientific field, which target the development of human performance and the improvement in quality of life. In addition, Cygnus focused on passing the higher level of scientific field and implementation of knowledge sources. The objective of organization are the popularization of science among the communities, supporting youth people interested in high-level scientific research, and the promotion of the historical and geographical entities in Romania. The School on Wells is started by Professor Alexandru Mironov, ex-Secretary General of the National Commission of UNESCO Romania. The Scientific Society Cygnus contributes to the development and implementation of the program and obtain the School on Wells brand. School on Wells is an open program in that the flexibility of activities depending on area, interest, level of knowledge, age, and so on, and have a common goal. The focused effort to bring people from rural area up to a level close to the national average, to identify and support young people with abilities above the average who are unable to access higher level of education, to reduce horizontal disparities between rural and urban area for future generation and to provide access to informal education. You can see the objectives of the program. A novelty element implemented in the presented program, it's the use of tools from complexity theory within the organizational and the developmental activities. To eliminate risks and increase efficiency, we implement concept of self-organization, strange factors theory, science of cognition, and catastrophe theory, and to test these models to achieve a manual of best practice for activities. The current activities is focused on the program objectives, but integrating a number of informal educational activities like presentation, contest, demonstration, summer school, studies, etc., dedicated to isolated and disadvantaged people. The School on Wells tried to solve some problems of the Romanian educational system, especially related to school dropouts, the transfer of teaching technology to isolated school, career guidance for young people, and encouragement for them to continue the study. Also, School on Wells aimed to transmit information to communities in a remote rural area by means of lifelong learning and transfer of the knowledge of young people using various forms of informal education. The initiators of this action have over 20 years experience in promoting science and technology in a rural area. Through this project, Cygnus proposed a new approach focused on the time of personal development of young people in rural area in order to help rural youth to have access to the last information in science and technology, and nonetheless to identify young people with skills from a different area for participate in the summer school organized on a regional and national level. Moreover, the project proposed to train teachers from the rural area to assimilate in the short time new methods to transmit knowledge. The main problem in that context is to development of new skill, new ability to correlate ideas and information received, the ability to adopt to the new condition imposed to the rapid development of science and technology, the ability to operate within an abstract conceptual universe, and the ability to communicate and cooperate in the team. To form this very necessary skill for young people to be successful in today's socioeconomic life, it is necessary to have a properly structured environment, specific problem, and not less, new relation between the traditional partners, teachers, and students. School on Wheels, it's a variant of this informal education environment, especially directed to constructing the developing modern society based on information. Monitoring of the activities is performed based on media analysis by testing and documentation with loan assessment of program quality, by observation of impact of the target group in the short and medium term, by statistical processing, and by following the evolution of participants. Thank you for your attention, and if you have questions, please tell me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Laurentio Dannerici, for bringing up this topic of inclusion into our session, which is very important as we see how rural students and students from the distant places are lacking the knowledge in different spheres and different sectors, and it's very important to include them to the system of education and system of sustainable education for sustainable development. Thank you very much. I hope our viewers will have questions for you at the end of the session. Now we're moving to our next speaker, Ms. Lizat Akhmurzina, an Executive Director of KazEnergy Association from Kazakhstan. She will share with us an experience of the KazEnergy Association in the implementation of the educational program. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Lizat Akhmurzina. I work at KazEnergy Association, and if you allow, I would like to speak on Russian. Thank you. Dear
participants of the forum, dear moderator and speakers, I would like to thank organizers for inviting me and this possibility to be the speaker at this forum. 21st century became the century of continuous crises, changes, and new very big crises. Pandemic COVID-19 became very big challenge for everybody. Taking into account relevance and higher infectious rates of this virus, education is under unprecedented change. And that makes us to think about training, accelerated transformation, and methods to provide high quality educational content. Education is one of the basic human rights, implementation of which is directly linked with other execution of other rights and implementation of the human potential. Education is a driving force of the progress in 17 SDGs and to ensure equal equity and equal world. Kazakhstan made a significant progress in diversification of economics, but still carbons and other energy resources are still leading a major role. Still, pandemic of COVID-19 showed that Kazakhstan is still competitive due to the rich natural resources. As KazEnergy Forum showed, Kazakhstan as a progressive world is making efforts to combat climate change and to ensure carbon neutrality. As a company, being the pilot in the diversification of oil and gas sector in perspective, we think that we should be profiting not from the carbon resources, but from low carbon solutions. In line with the National Energy Report of KazEnergy prepared in 2021, these sectors are creating conditions to ensure innovative development of sectors and industries, implementing clean technology at the sectoral enterprises to decrease GHG emissions, to improve environmental indicators, involvement of investors into renewables development, expanding alternative energy sources, natural gas expansion. This and other challenges and opportunities on the national agenda are currently on our priority list. As we can see, during the pandemic and combating its consequences demonstrated correlation between global climate change, environmental problems, social and gender inequality. On the background of quickly changing world, developing human resources is of a particular importance, taking into account lifelong learning, employment with different labor relations, with lifelong professional qualifications for college and university students to be always in demand and employed. On the background of the existing quick changes, it is becoming more challenged to project and forecast future. We already acknowledge that future has many options. It cannot be clearly projected, but we can and we will be preparing ourselves. In all business communities globally, attempts are made how to train people, what should be the subject to prepare the new human capital. For 15 years, KazEnergy is supporting young people and is striving to create new conditions to support social innovation, changes, and involvement, engagement of youth into social change. This year, KazEnergy, together with TCO, had the 5th intellectual challenge. From 2015, more than 1,000 students participated in our challenge, and 41% of them are women. 207 student teams represented more than 40 universities from Kazakhstan. Very important areas of the competition is about improving environment, air, water, soil, and also utilization of the solid and other types of waste, alternative transport means to decrease CO2 emissions, and so on. Students pay attention to the social and environmental problems, and that's again illustration readiness of youth today to pay more attention to practical environmental problems, support of educational programs, and motivating young people to be more interested in environmental issues is another social responsibility of our association. Implementation of intellectual potential of students in developing technological solutions for digitalization. From 2019, we have student digital fest competition together with Chaganak Petroleum Operating. We have 94 teams from 20 universities of the country, and 40% of them were girls. Kazenergy, together with the association members, is committed to expansion of the and empowerment of talented youth through engagement in education. Being the working body of the Ministry of Energy of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Association participates in distribution of scholarship among students through the proceeds provided by the oil and gas and subsoil use companies. And a lot of students were awarded the scholarship. 67% are from socially vulnerable groups of population. Association, together with young people for sustainable development of our community and bringing attention to existing challenges and problems, creating sustainable networks, is ensured through the youth forums of Kazenergy. Women around the globe make 50% of population and are very often underestimated and are underaccounted resource. To support gender equality, we have Energy Women Club and a forum. We have different regional activities. We had a joint research of Kazenergy and EBRD, the role of women in energy sector of Kazakhstan. And our members participate in working groups in different sectors, amendments of legislation, participate in the social partnership issues and additional agenda of the gender development of the sector. One of the decisions of the 5th Forum of Women in Energy, it is to continue promotion of the initiatives of energy companies on signing initiative on expanding and empowering, expanding rights and empowering women. Also, we have female leadership role. It is Project Women Lead MBA programs and other educational programs which will identify further areas for development. The number of female students also increased in STEM area. Following our data, the number of the scholarships allocated to the colleges and universities from School 62 are female students. This year, the list of specialties for the competition was updated, taking into account the technical and demand in human resource development. For any area, we need to take into consideration SDGs and to understand what kind of goals can be achieved in every program, in every project, in every activity. This approach will bring us closer to our goal set with the minimal footprint in future. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
For your interesting presentation. That is really fascinating how the education sector can interact with the for-profit organizations in order to ensure the sustainable development, in order to ensure gender topics and inclusion in education. Thank you very much for sharing. And we are moving forward to our next speaker, Ms. Inna Bondareva, from the UNESCO Club Generation Next, Minsk, Belarusian Association of UNESCO Clubs. Please, Ms. Bondareva, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for giving the floor. I'm the representative of the Belarusian Association of UNESCO Clubs, which unites 56 clubs involving about 2,000 young people from secondary and higher educational establishments in the Republic of Belarus. I am a coordinator of UNESCO Club Generation Next. Everyone knows that the long way starts with a single step, so now we want to share our steps to sustainability. We are convinced that global problems are solved locally and each of us is responsible for our future. The Republic of Belarus has greatly suffered during the Second World War and lost every third resident. The concept of sustainable development, peace and ecology in particular, have become the goals of priority in our activities, as we do realize all the threats of modern time which are caused by these problems. That's why on the 21st of September, our club organizes the celebration of the International Day of Peace in our gymnasium to emphasize the importance of peace for all people on the planet. We hold the world's largest lesson, which is the lesson of educating our young people to be connected and be responsible for our present and future. Moreover, annually, the members of our club take part in MOON conferences. It helps young people to get acquainted with the global problems of humanity, look for alternative ways to resolve difficult situations, and develop dialogue skills during negotiations. Participating in the work of the club Young Diplomats, students have a unique opportunity to meet with diplomats of different countries to learn about peculiarities of diplomatic work. The celebration of the International Day for Tolerance has become a tradition in our gymnasium. We educate students about the need for tolerance in society and help them understand the negative effects of intolerance. Recently, the members of our club have created the video, "We are different, but we are together." I can't help mentioning such holiday in our gymnasium as the International Day of Happiness. We hold different activities on this day to emphasize the importance to be happy for everyone. A year ago, the members of our club had a great opportunity to participate in the International Video Conference Next 75, which was dedicated to global problems. During the conference, young participants, together with famous experts, tried to find answers to the following questions. What should humanity prepare for in the next 10, 25, or even 75 years? Which technologies will be developed most actively, and which history will be left behind? Will be global conflicts on our planet due to the lack of resources? Will there be enough space on Earth for 10 billion people in 25 years? Has the point of no return in global climate change been passed, and what environmental catastrophes await us? Is it possible to prepare for future epidemics, and can they be avoided altogether? The members of our club hold the Day of Unified Actions, which helps to form global competencies among students of our gymnasium. Working in teams, students suggest many ideas how to make our city and neighborhood a better place. Our club took part in the UN project, the creation of the book, Tales for a Fairer World. The members of the club created fairy tales to introduce young readers to the Sustainable Development Goals. Besides, the members of the club initiate to take part in the project Bottle Caps in exchange for money. For students of our gymnasium, we collect bottle caps, send them for recycling, and then get money to buy medicine and equipment for sick children and adults. Furthermore, we initiate different activities for students of our gymnasium. trainings, projects, scientific conferences where students find out about the environment, ways to garbage disposal, and outline their own steps to save resources and reduce waste to achieve sustainable development goals. We do realize that great goals can be achieved by small steps, and each of us can make or at least a small contribution into this great and noble goal. Remember that only together we make the world a better place. Thank you for your attention. We are open for cooperation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Inna Bondareva, for this interesting presentation. That is always great pleasure to know how our young students are engaged in their activities like you just presented to us. I think it is very important for mainstreaming the sustainable development, especially with the participation of the youngest generation. Thank you. And we're now moving to our last speakers, Ms. Araylan Kirimbekova and Ms. Emina Jumagaze, students from Taldykorgan Nazarbayev Intellectual Schools, Club for UNESCO Kazakhstan. They will share with us the presentation about the responses to COVID-19, focus to those excluded during the pandemic. Please, the floor is yours.
One second. So, can you see the presentation?
Yes. Yes. Please turn on the full
slideshow.
Yes.
Can you see?
Yes, we can see it. If you can turn the full screen motion mode, then it will be better, but still we can see it. Yes, please.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kirimbekova Araylan.
And my name is Emina Jumagaze.
We are from the Kazakhstan UNESCO Club at the Nazarbayev Intellectual School in Taldykorgan, and we are delighted to be here today to share with you the students' initiatives during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we present to you our projects, Mind to Mind, Bezbirgemas, and Technical Support 55+. As many knows, the coronavirus infection that spread rapidly in the spring 2020 had a very strong impact on all aspects of people's lives around the world, and especially affected the education of students at school. Students around the world switched to distance learning or online school. They began to experience difficulties with studying a particular school subject. Their academic performance and level of knowledge decreased significantly. So for this reason, I saw the need to create such a project as the educational charity project Mind to Mind. So what is Mind to Mind? Mind to Mind, or MTM, is an educational charitable project aimed at helping and supporting students during a pandemic and distance learning. The purpose of the project So the purpose of the project is to provide high-quality individual free lessons to students of grades 6 to 11, raise the level of knowledge, and improve academic performance, and prepare students for exams. Next slide. Next slide. So I can't. Okay.
Just continue.
Okay. So this is, as you can see on the screen, this is a wide list of subjects in which students could receive free online lessons from teachers who were high school students, university students, or even professional teachers who wanted to share their knowledge and help students with school subjects. Previous slide. Yes, students who wanted to improve their academic performance, or students, as I said earlier, who were high school students, university students, or even professional teachers who know a certain subject at a high level and are ready to teach online individual lessons and help students for free, led their applications on our website, mindtomind.tilde.ws. The next slide. Next, please. So this project started its work in January 2021 and completed its work in May 2021. Since in September 2021, all students switched to an offline school. So as a result of the project, during the period, previous slide, please. During the periods of the project, about 200 online lessons for 200 hours were conducted. A large number of students in grades 6 to 11 from different regions in School of Kazakhstan, also few students from Uzbekistan and Ukraine were able to improve their academic performance, gain new knowledge, and understand many school topics with which they experienced difficulties. And many school students tried themselves in the role of teachers, received teaching experience, and were also awarded certificates of volunteering, which they needed when entering prestigious universities. Thank you. So that was the project Mind to Mind.
Next slide, please. Okay, and the second project from NIS Taldyqurghan is a national project, Birgemiz Bilim, which was held in cooperation with the Social Volunteer Center .kz. The project, like the first one, is aimed at providing volunteer assistance in educational field. Students could get help in variable subjects from English to ICT. Testing, polling, and games are used to keep students' attention on an ongoing basis. Next slide. As a result of the activity, 384 classes were held, in which 16 NIS students took a part in role of educational volunteers. Okay, I need 8 slides. I will just continue. And the last but not least, the project called as TEH Support 55+. During the quarantine, when most of our work and studies were transferred to online platforms, we all realized even more how much the level of phone and computer skills affects on our life. So we came up with the idea of creating a project that helps the older generation to learn how to use smart technologies effectively. There is a myth that it is too late for adults to study, but students were able to dispel this myth and captivate grandmothers with new businesses. The training takes place in two models. The first one is online one and second offline. In the House of Friendship, on the basis of our partners, Russian Center, this is 9th slide, if you can turn it. Russian Center. During the learning process, we planned to embrace all functions of phones so that older people could apply their skills and every day. Thank you for attention. We are really sorry we had some problems with our technique, but this is all that we wanted to say for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Araylin Kirimbekova and Ms. Emina Jumagaza. That was a wonderful presentation. We are all experiencing some technical issues sometimes when it comes to online meetings. That's all understandable. I think everyone had experienced this once, at least once. And thank you for sharing your experience of these fascinating initiatives. I think that is a great example of how each individual, especially young people, can contribute to the solving of the current problems. Thank you very much once again to all of our speakers. Our distinguished speakers were now done with the presentation part, and I actually was willing to ask a couple questions. The first question, actually, our last presentation has led me to thinking about the COVID-19 pandemic and the crisis it brought to the education sector. So please, I would like to ask all of our speakers, how did this COVID pandemic affected your vision to your main activities? How did your activities change in the situation of the crisis? Did it influence you much? What were the lessons learned? Please, I would like to hear just a short reflections for you about this question.
I would like to answer. We try to participate in different, I with my club, we try to participate in different activities online. I'm in conferences, forums, and my students are glad to participate in such activities because it's a very nice opportunity to present our information and to find out and cooperate, communicate with different other clubs online.
Thank you. Great. Someone else wants to share their experience during the COVID, please, you're welcome. May I address my question to Ms. Lizat Akhmurzina? If you would like to say a couple words about this.
Well, there are things which we had to learn very quickly during the pandemic. We know that there was a real breakthrough in IT technologies. We learned very quickly some of the IT skills. We had to apprehend them. We were forced, and it would be good if basic IT competences in educational programs as an interdisciplinary subject would be included on a mandatory basis, because the new generation of children that will be studying in school, they should be more advanced in IT skills, so that when they graduate schools, they should know more about how to use IT technologies and how to apply them. That's why educational facilities should start thinking about it now. How will they make them interested? And now educational facilities need to think about what additional skills they can offer, because some basic skills are already available to everyone. And during the pandemics, many people started studying online, and they became many platforms that offered free educational programs to population, high quality programs to get certain competences. And also now we see that some jobs and some professions can be and some skills can be taught in a very quick time. So maybe universities should also think about it, and schools and universities should think about it, that we don't have to study for a long time to get certain skills, and maybe we can also think about some short-term skills. And talking about women, the challenge of COVID-19 was that they had to combine their work, and their children stayed at work at home, and they had to combine home work and household work and also their jobs.
The pandemic had influenced all of our job and sector education and education sector. We now only know how the sustainable development topic is important in light of crisis. If any of other speakers would like to answer this question, to say a couple words. If no, I would like to address my question to the second speaker, Professor Laurentiu Dan Milici. We've heard about the project, and that was very interesting. In fact, I'm curious and wondering about the challenges you have experienced during the implementing your project, and how did you approach those challenges? If you could say a couple of words about this, thank you. Professor Laurentiu Dan Milici, can you hear us? Please turn on your mic if you are speaking.
Sorry, I have very bad connection, and can you repeat, please?
Yes, sure. I'm just wondering, what were the challenges you experienced while implementing your project, and how did you address them, approach them? Thank you.
Yes, we make a multimedia CD who help to implement this School on Wheels. If anything some people want to implement this program. We have many examples of activities, but of course, this is an open project because it's adapted, permanently adapted, because it depends of age of students, location, interest of these communities, and we can make a generalization of the project, and this project can be implemented worldwide in the world, of course. Is some problems in this period because the pandemic period makes some problem in implemented this project, but we try to run the project in this year. We start this project and we have results.
Thank you. Thank you very much for answering the question. And since we're almost out of time, for all of our speakers, I have one question. In 30 seconds, what is your main message that you would like the audience to take away from today's session? Please, just shortly, in 30 seconds, what could be your advice? Yes, please, if you are ready. Any one of our speakers, if you're willing to say just a couple words on what would you like the audience to take away from today's meeting? What is your, say, last advice for today? Yes, please.
It seems to me that to make our world better, we have to communicate and cooperate together in our work.
Great, thank you. Yes, I totally agree that that is very important to communicate and to hear each other, to understand the common challenges and needs that have to be addressed. Thank you very much. So I think that is all. With this, our session has come to end. I would like to thank you all our distinguished speakers and participants for contributing to this fruitful discussion. I wish you all success in your job of mainstreaming education for sustainable development in your countries and contribution to the achievement of sustainable development goals all over the world. Thank you very much.
that could make bright our life.